Hello, everybody, and welcome to the St. Pete Pier for the 2023 SBT P1 Aquacross Grand Prix, presented by Monster Energy. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, HydroTurf, Fly Racing, Yamaha, and ICOM. Joining me for the call is my good friend, Mike Lewandowski. How you doing, Mike?
Good, Mike. Good to see you again. Good to be back in St. Pete, helping out with the Aquacross stuff. It was about a year ago. We hung out in beautiful St. Pete. And, of course, as we look out at some of the spectator boats, Mike, St. Pete is such a beautiful town to come race in.
You know, I'll tell you, it's one of my favorites to come racing in every year in, year out. You can see the white, sandy beaches. They set up the grassy pits for the personal watercraft racers. They got the road shut down for all the big boats. You can see there's plenty of things to do here for the family. No shortage of restaurants, that's for sure.
Not by any means. And a beautiful park that was all just redone when they redid the St. Pete Pier, which we're out on calling this race live. But just a great venue, lots of stages, lots of concerts, musicians everywhere. They do the first Friday night party, which they did last night down in downtown St. Pete. So just a great town, a great place to be.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to another great race here in St. Pete. And we'll go ahead and tell you who all is racing here.
Well, so earlier today you had a race. Recap what happened in race number 1 for us.
Well, look, we can take a look and see what exactly happened here. We take a nice shot out there at the flotilla. Again, this happened this morning. This was before we got on the live feed. And you can see we had a great start, a little bit of a glare right there as they were coming in toward the pier. Dustin Farthing, boat number 79, grabbing that hole shot. But he would go, and you can see a buoy up here at the top left-hand side of the screen. Everybody missed that buoy. Farthing was the only one to take the penalty buoy, but unfortunately didn't work out for him. That was 201. Chris Landis, who lost his lanyard, who had the lead when Farthing went over to take the buoy. That would put Landis back a little bit further, but that gave the advantage to that guy right there, boat number 110, sponsored by Judge Motorsports and Snyder Built Racing. And he's also sponsored by, guess who? Visit St. Pete Clearwater right here.
Of course, have to thank Visit St. Pete Clearwater for having us in town one more time, and just, again, a beautiful place to get to go racing. That brings me to a good point, Mike, with this Aquacross stuff. This is pretty rough water for them.
Yeah, a little bit choppier than what we're normally used to. I'll tell you, a couple of weeks ago in Daytona, that was real choppy. So I'm sure that these guys
ocean rough. That's different.
Yeah, these guys are welcoming this Tampa Bay water.
Not as many boats here this weekend for the Aquacross Grand Prix. Take us through an entry list.
Well, I'll tell you, we've got, I believe, 21 total boats here this weekend. And as we take a look out, Devin Farthing took a second in Moto number 1, upped him in the points to 8th place. And we got Anthony Redetic. He'll be on boat number 22, one of our Sea-Doo sponsored riders. Monster Energy's Chris McCluggage, Chris known as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Camden Powell. Now, he's a newcomer to the block. Boat number 44, and he's out of Syracuse, Indiana. They call themselves the Syracuse Mafia up there.
There's a lot of mafias now. We think of Michigan Mafia and motocross. A lot of mafias out there.
Right. Another part of that Syracuse Mafia is Jay Finlinson. He'll be on boat number 55 out there. Dustin Farthing, who hole-shotted, and then, unfortunately, if he doesn't take that penalty buoy, he would have probably won race number 1, so it set him back about 7 points.
Now he's got a challenge in front of him.
Yeah, well, he's still leading the points, 154, 128, 120. You got Dustin Farthing, Camden Powell, Torrey Snyder, 1, 2, 3 as they come in here. You see Torrey Snyder out there on boat number 110, picked up 25 much-needed points. Landis, not after losing the lanyard there that we just seen, had a mechanical issue, so he dropped all the way back a bunch of spots. Alex Cushman, he's going to be out there. Boat number 724, Dave Davidson on 221 from Canada. Eric Ligopoulos from just south of here in Sarasota. Jordan McLean, who came up from the Cayman Islands. He'll be out there on boat number 44. And Jay Edworthy on the C477 coming to us from Canada, a.k.a. the Chicken Man.
Interesting nickname. How did he get that?
Well, he actually slaughters chickens for a living.
Oh, it's a little bit more negative than what I had thought. I probably shouldn't have asked that question, maybe. But, well, we're wrapping up offshore testing, of course, right now. We got a couple of 450 factory stock 450 boats out on the water. They're going to wrap up testing, and then we will get ready to go aquacross racing for the second time today. Mike, also one more race tomorrow for you guys.
Yeah, one more race tomorrow. This race right here is actually the 8th race of the season, and as I pointed out, Farthing, your points leader after the last race, stands with 154. Camden Powell with 128. Tori Snyder, and you can see the guys getting ready to launch right there. Tori Snyder moved up to 120, and then the closest to Snyder is Sophie Francis, who currently sits in 4th place, and that's pretty rocking for a female out there.
Well, that's awesome. I always, there's a girl that races in the 450 factory stock class, of course, Taylor Sissom, and I always encourage it because I do believe that women can do everything that men can do. It's proof in aquacross, proof in offshore, so great to see a young lady up there at 4th.
Well, Devin Farthing on boat number 6, he stepped it up too on our first race, and that'll put him in front of Eric Lagopoulos. So Lagopoulos going to slide down to 6th place with 75 points, and then you got Dave Davidson, who has 58 points, D-Mac, who has 49 points, and Jay Finlinson sliding right in that 7th place position, who picked up 13 extra, and he's got 60 overall for the weekend.
Beautiful weekend here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Of course, this is an overall event taking place over 2 days. We're going to have Class 1 qualifying coming up just at about 2:30, and then at 3:30 we're going to have offshore race number 1. That'll be Class 700, 600, and 500, and then we will have at just about 4:15 we will have race number 2, and that will be super stock, all coming to you live from Tampa Bay here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida.
And you can see our course marshals out there having a Starbucks moment, as we like to call it. All right, and I believe we've got a special interview down there on the beach, Mike, so let's go down to the beach.
All right, so we're about to start Moto 2 here. Moto 1 finished up probably about a few hours ago. I think the conditions have kind of calmed down, but you can never know once you're out there, but I don't know, I'm getting pretty excited. How you feeling, Jay?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm ready to go. Boat's running good, so I'm excited for the second Moto.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I was talking about the Syracuse Mafia. That was the Syracuse Mafia right there. Camden Powell, Jay Finlinson, both fairly new riders here to Aquacross. Camden, the first one to put a Kawasaki on top of the box this year in P1 Aquacross.
I was looking at your entry list here, and you've got obviously blue and Yamaha, Sea-Doo and yellow, and yet only the lone Kawasaki in the field. Why? What's going on with that?
Well, I'll tell you, he's got a lot of great sponsors, Speed Racing, Ignite Racing Fuels, HPL Oil, all helping him out. But his father was an expert champion racer as well. And I'm sure that his father, being the stock that he was, he came from really good stock. Camden Powell, like I say, he came out last year and started racing in the amateur race, and his buddy Finlinson was beating him at all the races, so he went up to pro. Finlinson stayed amateur, and Finlinson stayed undefeated throughout the entire season as an amateur, and Powell has been earning his stripes here in the pro class.
I'm looking at the ages. You have an age list here. You have a rider that's 63 years old?
Yeah, Michelle Colansanto came all the way from Italy.
That's awesome. And then look, Dave Davidson, 57 years old?
Yeah, Dave, and Dave unfortunately struggled that first race. Took an 11th place in the first race, but I talked to Dave earlier in the pits, and Dave's been having a nagging leg injury ever since Daytona, and he says every time he goes out to practice, he re-injures the leg, and he just falls off the pace.
That's a bummer to hear that, but it's interesting to see the age, the difference in ages. I mean, you have an 18-year-old all the way up to a 63-year-old. How does that come into play? I mean, obviously it's an endurance thing, it's reaction time, all of that slows down, but that's a huge age gap.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with personal watercraft racing is that you're going to see that age gap. I know we start racing the kids now in the closed course racing as young as 8 years old, and I've seen them as old as 76 out there racing in the closed course. So, yeah, a very big age gap. If you think that you're too old or you're too young or that you can't race, well, tell you what, go to p1aquax.com and learn how you can get involved and be right here at St. Pete with us next year.
Of course, we have a 16-year-old racing in 450 factory stock, Caleb Mead, who won our last race up in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. So got some young guns in offshore, too.
Fantastic. It looks like our marshals are putting the Aquacross course back together. You can see a nice view of the pier. Lots of spectators up here this weekend as we are getting set to go from over there by the shoreline.
Now, where will they start from?
They'll actually start from the top left-hand side of the track. As we're viewing it here, I believe that would be the northeast side of the track. And what they'll do is they'll start up at the big black buoy up at the top side of the track. They'll come down into the monster buoy and make a 90-degree turn, and they'll come over to where they're setting the orange cigarette buoy right here in front of us.
And it's a standing start, right? Refresh my memory how all of this works. It's been a year since we've done this.
Okay, well, basically what they're going to do is they'll have a green flag both in the middle and the inside pole. and those flagmen will take the riders down. As soon as they drop the flag, that means go to all the riders. You know, it's a little bit like herding cats, only different.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Well, offshore can be considered the same thing. But going to be a great day here in St. Petersburg, Florida, as we again get the beautiful spectator fleets. It's a nice sandbar over there. You can see it just to the left of your screen, so always everybody gets to go out there and watch the race. But, Mike, the conditions are changing. It feels like it's laying down a little bit to me. The wind is not as strong as even we've only been there for about 5 or 10 minutes. The breeze is laid down in that amount of time.
Yeah, it looks like what's happened is the wind has kind of changed directions, now blowing onshore, or offshore rather, and that's making it lay down just a little bit. But right now we're going to go back down to the beach as we've got some more special guests that we want to say hello to.
We're here in St. Pete Pier. We're getting ready to go out for Moto 2. We have one more to do on Sunday morning. It looks like it's laid down a little bit. The powerboats have been out racing. We've been watching them, enjoying it, and we just can't wait to go out and do it again. Beautiful spot. Come on down.
And that was Jason Russo that we were just talking to, sponsored by Russo Marine and Speed, Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, and Riva Racing. Jason comes to us from just over the bridge here in Bradenton, Florida. As you can see, our rib getting the buoys in position out here. Again, the aquacross course here today is about 1.25 miles in length. We've got 11 buoy markers out there. And you can see Monster Energy making a huge presence here. It's the Monster Energy team truck. You can see Chris McCluggage's boat number 30.
I was about to say that's who's on that team, right? It was Chris McCluggage, correct?
Chris McCluggage, and they picked up Jay Finlinson. He was the amateur that went undefeated last season.
Okay.
So that's his riding partner now. And they started that arrangement up in Michigan City just a couple short weeks ago.
Mike, tonight there's going to be a great pit party. And just to the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the FMX ramp that they're going to get put up. We have an FMX demonstration taking place this afternoon, so you want to make your way out here to St. Pete and check out the activities.
All right, well, you're taking a look at the pits right there. Let's go back down to them as we've got another special guest on the beach.
Hi guys, I'm Jordan J.J. McLean from the Cayman Islands, and I would like to thank my sponsors Monster Energy, Dean's Team, Mark Racing. I look forward to having some fun here. St. Pete is like a hometown for me. I used to live here for like 5 years, so looking forward to having some fun. Good luck.
So that was Jordan McLean, a.k.a. JJ, who was a Cayman Island champion and then went on to win the IJSBA World Championships out in Lake Havasu, and now switching disciplines, going from closed course to the endurance racing.
And this is endurance racing, right? So tell us the difference between closed course and endurance.
Well, closed course, you're looking at a little bit more like motocross on water. You know, you got a series of turns, you know, or you could even compare it to a formula track where you're going in and out the whole time.
Okay.
This is a little bit more wider. It's a little bit more wide open, and these boats have to be stock boats. So they're only allowed a couple of handling components to put on these boats. So for the most part, you can go out to your local dealership and pick up one of these boats, come out here and be competitive.
And what kind of modifications? I think we talked about they can do grates, right?
Yeah, grates, steering and handling.
Okay.
And, boy, I'll tell you what, the beach is busy down there today. Let's go back down to the beach.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Mantell, number 724. I'm out here racing for Last Minute Racing, Visit Cayman Islands, Cayman Airways, WSM Performance Parts, and the conditions out here are awesome, nice and rough, how we all like them, and just having a good time out here.
All right, that was Benjamin Montel, who'll be on boat number 724, one of our 6 Sea-Doo pilots out there today, sponsored by Last Minute Racing, CBA Realty and Management, and WSM Performance Parts.
So how come only one Kawasaki in the field?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of times the wave conditions aren't good for Kawasaki's because Kawasaki's are heavy. They're like tugboats going through the water.
Okay.
Did really good in Daytona, but will it do good here where the water is laid down a little bit?
Okay.
You can see he took a fifth in race number 1. Currently sitting second overall in the points. He is about 26 points behind your leader, Dustin Farthing, who we pointed out gave up those 7 extra points a little earlier today.
So who, Dustin Farthing and Devin Farthing, what's the relationship there?
That is a father-son team.
Okay.
Dustin has been racing for probably just over 30 years. I believe he started when he was 12 years old, and his son just started 6 years ago.
Okay.
And Devin has also been a force to be reckoned with. It's another one of those father-son combos.
The pedigree, so to speak, right?
Yep.
Coming from that particular discipline, so to speak.
Yeah, and one interesting note, Devin's first race this year, Dustin's first race this year up in Michigan City, they were both on the podium. First time we've seen a father-son on the podium in the pro class here at Aquacross.
Oh, that's pretty awesome to see. Of course, we do see father-son sometimes in offshore, but that's because we have two people inside of our boats compared to just one person on the jet ski. Again, this is all part of a bigger weekend here in St. Pete as we're going to go offshore powerboat racing later today. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful Tampa Bay. There's a good shot of the pier. We are just on the other side of those glass windows. Mike, nice little breeze up here. Very similar to the conditions we had last year.
Yeah, very nice breeze. We got a lot of shade. But well,
let's cut to commercial break. We're still got some logistics being set up as far as the Aquacross stuff is concerned. We'll take a commercial break. Mike, we'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
I'm going to try that.
Dropping.
Welcome back to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida, as we get ready to go Aquacross racing.
Yeah, going to be going 30 minutes plus a lap. Had to cut the first race a little bit short today. We got a little late start. We're a little tardy getting started, and this one here going to be 30 minutes.
Not always known
for
being on time.
Hey, it's boat racing.
It is boat racing, right? And in any form, boat racing is not always known to be on time. But beautiful look at the pier there. There we are, right under that little overhang. The P1 hospitality tent, right down there to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Emily and her team doing a great job. And, of course, we've got the airport right next door, Mike.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was talking to the drone pilot a little bit earlier today, and he's been on speed dial with the airport every time he takes that drone up. Got the airport just off to our right-hand side or the south side as we view it from the back side of the pier.
And we were asked earlier during our drivers meeting, if you do have a drone, there are no drones to be flown over the race course while the race is underway because of the fact that we have helicopters flying through the air. And we don't want one of those to have any interference. We will stop the race if there is a drone up in the air. We will put the race under a red flag condition to clear the area because it becomes such a safety hazard. You know, imagine flying a helicopter at 100 miles an hour and this little tiny hockey puck drone flies by you going the other way. It's kind of a scary thing.
Well, yeah, you've heard what birds can do to planes.
Right.
I mean, it's the same thing a drone could do to a helicopter, and that's the last thing we need here. And let's go back to the pits where we're getting ready.
Hi guys, Chris McCluggage. We're here at the third round of the Aquacross Championship, and it is so hot in St. Pete. You know, we're very lucky to be here today. We had that hurricane pass through and just happy to be in this beautiful city and with a lot of great people. And the Monster Energy event is great, and I'm going to try to put this Monster Energy Yamaha FX SVHO powered by Dean's Team Racing on the podium.
Well, that was Chris McCluggage. So many things that you could say about him, Mike. We know him as the GOAT in the pits, the greatest of all time. More than 30 world titles, got a couple of aquacross titles as well. The guy has proved that he can win on anything that he throws his leg over.
And basically at any age now, right?
That's right, yeah. Chris isn't the spring chicken that he used to be.
None of us are.
Yeah, exactly. He just turned 49 years young.
Beautiful day down here, beautiful place. As we are still getting our course set up, some of the course marshals now starting to clear them. I think, Mike, we might be going back into getting to get some of these jet skis in the water and get to go racing.
Well, you can see the guys down there congratulating each other on being masters of the universe. That is Tori Snyder leaning up against the Visit St. Pete Clearwater boat. Took a win in race number 1 and won here last year in 2022.
Hard to believe these are completely stock boats, though. I actually bought a Sea-Doo GTI 130 this summer from a neighbor of mine, a non-turbo model. It's still wicked fast.
Oh, yeah. They'll turn on a dime and leave you 9 cents change.
Sure. Yep, 100%, but it's a lot of fun. But these are so cool. Love getting to see the liveries, the different colors. But again, hard to believe these are stock. But right there, that's a turn fin, right, a skeg, and that's not stock.
Yeah, Works Components, a very big proprietor here, aftermarket supplier in our sport. And you can see Works on a lot of different stuff. Originated in Australia, now make their home in California.
They can't change handlebars, right? Handlebars have to remain stock, or can they put aftermarket?
The handlebars have to remain stock.
They have to remain stock, okay.
Yep.
All these different things. No motor modifications, no turbo modifications. Can they change impellers?
No, they can't change impellers. It must match the stock ID that your impeller has when you buy it from the shop.
And how do they know that? If I went to Mike's Kawasaki dealer, how does Aquacross know what I bought?
Well, we have a technical inspector, so after every race, they have to come in and they have to take their boat apart.
Okay.
If the technical inspector deems that you're illegal, then you take it up with the race director.
But when I register for Aquacross, when I come out to go racing with Aquacross, am I providing a certain degree of information to the organization so they know what I'm racing?
Yeah, you can go to p1aquax.com and you can download the complete rule book. The rules are under IJSBA, which is the International Jet Sports Boating Association out of Half Moon Bay, California. Now, the rules aren't exactly with the IJSBA's because the IJSBA's is deemed more toward closed course. However, these are made more for endurance, and that's how Dustin got hurt on that first race, because had this been a closed course race, they had already come through the checkered buoy once. So once you come through the checkered buoy in closed course, that's considered a full lap.
Okay.
Since it was only a half lap, he had to go all the way back around, and he missed it halfway through.
Okay.
And that was the altercation that we had earlier. And there was a couple unhappy campers down there in the pits.
I'm sure of that. Now, the rider whose kill switch came off, if anybody's ever ridden a personal watercraft before, you know, can be kind of traumatic when one of those comes off. Usually you're falling off or flying through the air. But you kind of told me something interesting, how they set these boats up so they don't necessarily come off really easily.
Yeah, you know, most of them will do whatever they can. They'll tie it to the wrist.
Right.
They'll do anything that they can to make sure that they're not stopping out there. But what happened with Landis is he was coming through the chicane over on the bottom left-hand side of the track here right before the start-finish line, and it looked like he just picked it up and set it down, and he picked it up and set it down so hard that the lanyard just ripped off.
He just jerked a little bit one way.
Yeah.
But you said they actually roll the kill switch on the handlebars just a little bit to change that angle of it, so it's not like a pull. It's more of like a pull-up motion than a pull-back motion, right?
Right.
Because like on a factory jet ski, basically it's right on top of the handlebars, and it's meant for if you just pull off straight off. But if it's up, you basically kind of have to be up over it to get it off.
Up over it to pull it off. That's correct. Yeah. So it's actually got to go two directions. It's got to go up and then back.
And then back.
Right.
More than likely, you're going to break the actual piece of the lanyard, the cable that the lanyard's on, maybe before you even get that to come off. But they run stock kill switches, right? There's nothing special about the actual kill switch mechanism on the handlebar itself.
Yeah, that's it. They run stock, and the thing is, you know, you can hit so many G's when you're coming into these 90-degree turns right here that you can actually pull it and it'll split in half.
Really?
And then you're really up the creek without a paddle, so to speak.
And the G's change here because of the waves, too, right? Now it's not just going flat through a turn wide open. Now you could hit a roller as you go through the turn. That's going to compress you a little bit more, maybe pull some more negative G's down into the turn before you come out.
That's it. Yeah, you're picking it up, you're setting it down, and if you pancake it like that, that could spell trouble. And it looks like that is Jordan McLean getting ready down there on the hashtag Visit Cayman Islands 724 boat. Again, as I pointed out, Jordan, a former world champion with the IJSBA and former Caymanian champion.
Given these rougher conditions here, would they change anything on their setup?
Well, I think that some of them might do some props, or not some prop swaps, but
that's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We've got that.
I forget which race I'm talking about.
That's okay.
No, but what they can do is they can change their grade and their intake
Okay.
on the bottom, and so they can get more water up through and pushed out the pump.
Okay. That's just because they're going to be leaving the water more, right?
Right.
But they don't. Okay, so in the offshore boats, of course, we'll see Class 1 a little bit later today. They run the twin turbo Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engines. These boats all have turbos on them too, correct? So when
Correct.
they're leaving the water, they're not letting go of the throttle, right? I mean, they're just going to hold it wide open and just let it go back in.
Right, and you can hear the panic rev.
Right. You can hear the bang, bang, bang on top of it.
Right.
But the drive shafts and everything are stock too, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you see drive shafts break more in conditions like this because of because of getting the more air and taking the pressure on and off of the drive shaft?
Yeah, we've seen drive shafts, but I've seen the biggest problem with clutches.
Okay.
They're blowing clutches, and all the manufacturers have really worked on that issue over the past several seasons. So they're not breaking as much, but that used to be a huge problem. I can remember one time out in Havasu just a couple of years ago, Dustin Farthing had brought his boat out, and they went through 5 clutches before the race even got started.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, while they were preparing over at Body Beach.
So where is the clutch? On the back of the engine before the drive shaft?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a centrifugal clutch, or what's it?
Yeah, centrifugal.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they're basically putting neutral on these things now, is that centrifugal clutch, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right, and then now some of the boats actually have different types of modes, like sport mode,
Yeah.
where you can go fast, or
Yep.
just wreck riding mode,
Yeah.
where it doesn't go as fast. It kind of
My Hyundai Elantra has the same thing. Probably about the same size motor as some of these jet ski does as well. But I read an ad for a jet ski the other day. It was a 2022 Yamaha SHOV, some big monster jet ski. Touchscreen, Bluetooth, GPS, cruise control. I mean, this is not the world of the stand-up jet ski anymore, is it?
No, definitely not. Next thing you know, they're going to be putting sunroofs on them, so they can let air in.
Right, yeah, they're
going to listen to their stereo.
They'll figure out a way to put air conditioning and duck air conditioning back to it. It is cool to see the speakers up in the front there where the footwells are. But a lot of technology has changed with the jet skis. And, the Sea-Doo I was talking about, it's a 2009. I think the last jet ski I owned was a Wave Venture 1100 triple before that. So even the difference between a 1996 Wave Venture 1100 and a 2009 Sea-Doo is amazing. The ride, the handling, it's so much different than what I was used to.
Yeah, they switched from 2 strokes to 4 strokes as well back in 2004.
And that's a 53, 54 mile an hour jet ski stock.
Oh yeah, I used to love the Wave Venture. It was a great cruising boat.
No, that was an awesome boat. That was great. But I tell you what, once you ride on like a newer jet ski and you get the V and you feel how it cuts through the water, that Wave Venture beats you up pretty good. Well, because it was such a flat bottom design. But that's how Yamahas were. They were always a flat bottom design boat.
More of a U bottom than a V bottom.
Yep, exactly.
So it looks like the course is just about set. One more buoy, I believe, to get on there.
Now, how does scoring work here? How are we doing scoring with 2 races today, 1 race tomorrow?
Okay, so it's not moto scoring. A lot of people confuse this with moto scoring.
Yep. Where you get points per moto or higher. Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah, where it's the lowest common denominator.
Yep.
Well, here you get 25 points for a win in each race.
Okay.
20 points for second. And 17 for third, 15, 14, and on down. But
it's a combined score at the end of the weekend?
It's a combined score at the end of the weekend for the overall winner of the weekend. And right now, before we go racing, let's go to commercial break, and we'll be right back here at the St. Pete Pier. Thanks, sir.
No, because I can ask him all kinds of stupid, nerdy questions for the next hour of our lives. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Right. So those four-wheelers don't last very long backing into the saltwater that deep, do they?
What's that?
The four-wheelers don't last very long backing them in the saltwater like that, do they?
No.
I mean,
You own a home
that guy was
or
up over the
business,
transfer
it might
cases on the
surprise
one.
you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a
caught on
target
fire
if an incident or
the
claim
way home
occurs
from,
and
Sheboygan.
you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Scanning. Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the pace for the race and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, energy, running to the top, see you at the peak. Unleash the
Welcome back to St. Petersburg as we can see them mustering up there in the inlet before they come out. They'll come out single file style, and they'll go through the right-hand side of the course. They'll line up at the top left-hand side of the course, or northeast side as we view it here, and then once they all get in the gate, that's when they'll all start moving toward the pier. Now the one thing here, it's a very short hole shot. They're used to a much longer hole shot, and you can see as we take a look over there, only about 300, maybe 400 yards between those two buoys right there, and then it's a 90-degree turn. Normally it's a lot softer turn, so I think that you're going to see a lot of action right there in that turn.
There's a good example of things to do in St. Pete. Those are some OptiMax sailboats coming in from it looks like a little sailing adventure out on beautiful Tampa Bay as they head back into the basin behind us where the St. Pete Yacht Club is located as we sit out on St. Pete Pier. So what will happen, Mike? They're going to do a full parade lap, right?
They'll do pretty much 3/4 of a parade lap on the right-hand side of the course, and they'll bring them up to buoy up there once again, top left-hand side, line them all up. They'll all get in the gate, and then they'll all start working their way toward the monster buoy, which is over here on our, I guess you could say, our southwest side.
Okay. And they're going to start, well, actually that would be more northwest.
Northwest,
yep.
I'm sorry.
And then they'll start between the monster buoy and the orange buoy. Correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. There are those sailboats again.
Watch a little sailing regatta going on over here.
Got some personal watercraft out there, too. Got some spectators riding around, enjoying the beautiful area.
Yeah, gentleman on the right is Mac McLean. His son, Jordan, is racing in this race right here.
Okay.
Good friend of mine from the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands well represented out here this weekend.
That's awesome to see. Do you get a lot? There's a lot of international flavor then.
Yeah, I was looking on the sheets a little bit earlier today. We got racers from 7 different countries here.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
We've got some Australians coming up in the offshore race. We've got some New Zealanders. We've got some Italians coming up as we get ready to go offshore powerboat racing later this afternoon.
Boy, I'll tell you what, sounds great. And I'll tell you, I bet they all love being over here on their staycation.
I think so, maybe, yeah, just a little bit. Well, Wayne Valder, who owns the Valder Yachts entry, will be here for a month. He's actually going to do a photo shoot with his Valder yacht that he keeps over in Fort Lauderdale. So they'll be down for about a month renting a house here in Florida. So some of them do come over here and spend some time. But Giovanni Carpatella and Darren Nicholson, Giovanni from Italy and Darren from Australia, obviously they're going to go home pretty much as soon as the race is over and have that long trip back.
And you can see one of the things that the bay is known for right here is the recreational riding.
Yep.
So you see a lot of rec riders there. As we take a look back in the pit area again, everybody getting set for this one. I imagine they'll all be bum rushing the pier here shortly.
I think so, yeah, as we get ready for the action out here. You can see some of the Aquacross tech tents. So when you're done racing, who gets teched? Everybody or just the top 3? How does that work?
Well, normally we'll tech like the top 10. So if 1, 2, and 3 are bad, you can still get another 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, you can go behind them if you need to. Okay.
Right. So it's all up to our tech director. His name is Adrian Wilson. Comes over from across the pond to help us out. Was a longtime tech director for the British Jet Sports Association over there.
Okay. And what's he teching? What is he going to tear down? What is he looking for?
Well, he wants to make sure that you're not cheating. You know, he'll take everything from like a boroscope, or he'll take your numbers from your prop.
Okay.
You know, he's looking for anything.
They'll look down in the cylinder, get camera put down in the cylinders and stuff like that.
Right. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. He's looking for any of these things that these mechanics, because you know the mechanics, all they want to do is outsmart the
right. They know the tricks.
Your technical inspector. So.
I did tech in offshore with Tyler Crockett, and he owns Crockett Racing Engines up in Michigan. And you know, he can listen to how a motor runs and say, something doesn't sound quite right in there. Usually they'll find something wrong with it. So it's a science to be able to beat it, but then it's also a science to be able to catch it.
Right, exactly. And you got a couple mad scientists down there in the pits, that's for sure.
I'm sure of that, yeah, especially with these things. So these guys are obviously running stock fuel tanks. How much fuel are they putting in for a race like this?
I would say normally with the 30 minutes plus one, I would say probably somewhere between 12 and 15 gallons.
Really? And they'll burn all of that?
Right, yeah. You want your boat to be light, but you also want to be able to finish the race.
Right.
The rougher it was today, I would say they were probably closer to the 15 gallons.
Just for the weight?
Right.
Okay.
And then today, this afternoon, you know, with things calming down a little bit, I think they'll probably be a little closer to the 12.
Okay. And they don't have to meet any weight requirements, right?
Yes.
They do? Okay.
Yes, they do have to meet weight requirements. We don't weigh at every race.
Okay.
We do weigh at specific races. Like last year we weighed at the World Championships down in the Bahamas.
Okay. And what do they have to weigh?
Well, it all depends on the spec of the boat. The Yamahas have to weigh a certain amount. The Sea-Doos have to weigh a certain amount.
Oh, it's per brand?
Yeah, it's per brand.
Okay.
Right. Because there's certain things that you're allowed to do with the different brands.
Right. And everything's built differently, right? The layup schedule for a Yamaha may be different than a Sea-Doo or different than a Kawasaki.
Right.
So what you guys have done is taken that into account when you've made up the rules to not basically penalize somebody without penalizing them because they may have a slightly heavier boat. Like you said, the Kawasaki's are a little bit heavier, so they probably have a different weight than the rest of them do.
Exactly. As you see, the guys getting ready to go here. And again, a nice day here in St. Pete. Looks like we've got pretty much everybody in position, so they should be bringing them out anytime now. Again, folks, sorry for the slight delay here for race number 2, the P1 Aquacross. Now, after the P1 Aquacross, Mike, what do you guys got going on this afternoon?
We are going to do Class 1 qualifying first, so we'll all have all 7 Class 1 boats out running. They'll do 2 laps. Obviously, the fastest lap will take the pole position, and then we will have offshore race number 1. That will be classes 7, 6, and 5 out here in St. Pete, and then at about 4:15 or so, we're going to do race number 2, and that will be super stock, and that's going to be a crowded race. That's the 30-foot catamarans powered by the Mercury Racing 300 horsepower outboard engine. That's a really good race. I think it's going to be very exciting. I'm a little disappointed, though, as we watched some of them test earlier. It was pretty rough coming down here towards St. Pete Pier, and a lot of them were catching the outside corner just a little bit, flying it into the corner, and I thought this was going to be a little bit more exciting, but the conditions are changing virtually by the minute right now.
Now, you were talking about Mercury just a second ago. Didn't they just have a big race up in Sheboygan?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we were up in the beautiful town of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. First ever time there. Mercury's based just about an hour west of Sheboygan. Beautiful town up there. They were so welcome. The people were so nice. Big surfing community up there. When I got there on Friday, it was pretty windy. Wind was blowing out of the southeast, and I walked up to the lake and I looked down and went, man, you could surf out here, right? This is surfable conditions. And look down the beach, and there are 3 or 4 longboarders. And the way that I understand, they'll surf year-round. They'll put on dry suits and get out there when it's really, really cold and go surfing. So, but a great town. Mercury Racing did a great job. We had the 450 factory stock. We had super stock, and we had Class 1 all racing up there. Of course, those were all Mercury Racing powered boats, and it was just a great weekend. Sheboygan was an awesome place.
Yeah, I heard echoes of that throughout the boat racing community. So glad everybody had a good time up there, and looks like we'll probably be going back next year. They had such a good time.
Yeah, I think so. That's what the city manager told me on Friday. There was a multi-year contract signed to have the event. They also had the F1 World Championship there, which is the little tunnel boats about 20 feet long, powered by the Mercury Racing APX engine, and that was really cool to see. I haven't got to see that yet with their brand new motor package. That was a lot of fun.
Now, was that Mr. Siebold's tour?
Yep, that was Mr. Siebold. Mike Siebold was giving tours in the. They have a like a tour boat, I guess you could say, but it's a 2-person boat. Mike takes people out and goes and runs them around inside the harbor. It gives, the mayor, governors, all kinds of different people rides in the boat. Pretty cool thing to do.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to be treated like a VIP and get out there and feel what the actual racer's feeling. His cousin Russ used to race with us in the IJSBA.
Russ big Siebold. Racing family, the Siebold family there. Of course, Bill Siebold was there, and he was walking around. And actually, Mike gave him redid one of Bill's older race boats, one of the older Bud Light race boats, and presented it to him as a gift there in Sheboygan. It was really cool to see.
Oh, wow, that is neat. Well, it looks like we're getting started here. And it doesn't look like they're going to bring them in front of us. Normally they would parade them in front of us, but I think due to time constraints, they're just taking them straight out to where our starting point's going to be. Now, again, in pole position, starting from the inside, will be Torrey Snyder, winner of the first race, and he'll be pitted next to Devin Farthing and his dad, Dustin Farthing. So you got,
Any love lost there?
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll see who takes out the trash this week.
Right.
They always talk more trash than anybody else in the pits. Those 3 right there, Torrey Snyder, Devin Farthing, and Dustin Farthing.
Hard on each other.
Oh, yeah. And I hear about some of the trailer talks that Torrey Snyder gets from his dad, former champion Troy Snyder.
Okay. A lot of father-son, a lot of pedigree, like you said, in this sport. Seems to carry on multiple generation.
And that's the thing. I've been doing this for just about 35 years, and I've been talking about the parents for many, many years, and now I'm talking about their
kids. You're meeting their kids, right?
Right, and the parents are down there spinning wrenches for them.
Yeah, and in the next 35 years, you'll be talking to the grandkids, right?
Well, yeah, I'm going to need a new walker.
Yeah, right. But, hey, if you're around in 35 years to do it, keep doing it, right?
You know it. I'll keep doing it until they don't let me anymore.
Man, that's a good shot of exactly how rough it is out there. It's kind of deceiving from our vantage point. We're pretty high up off the water, but when you look at that shot, they're bouncing around quite a bit, even just on their parade lap.
Yeah, it looks like what they were doing was taking them out there. They're going to bring them on one more complete lap, and after the start of that first race, I think that's probably a pretty good idea with 21 racers all missing the same buoy.
But that was follow the bleeder, basically, right? I mean, was it the adrenaline of the race that kind of caused all that to happen?
Yeah, exactly. And when your leader is Dustin Farthing, the points leader coming into this, you don't think that he's going to make a mistake. But he knew it. And that's Dustin right there, boat number 79, going past our start-finish line as our lead pack heads over to the right-hand side of the track. 22, Anthony Radetich. He took a 4th in the first Moto.
Are they running trim on these?
Yes, they are.
Electronic or manual?
I believe they're all electronic now.
They are. Okay,
yeah.
so the VTS, basically, the VTS system. Can they make improvements to that to make it faster or slower? Because like the old stuff, the mechanical stuff, when you used to do it with the trigger, used to be almost
kind of instant.
Right.
Yeah, it was instant. And it all depends on the rider, too. I mean, some of the riders like the old stuff.
Okay. But the old stuff is still legal.
It's still legal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not like you're trying to upgrade your boat. You're really kind of downgrading your boat when you look at the technology.
Well, but some of the newer, talking about the stock PWC market or the stuff you can go buy off the showroom floor, some of that trim is done automatically through the computer, right? I mean, the computer is sensing the RPMs of the motor and the speed, so it's trimming it up to get more speed out of it, correct?
Right. That's, believe me, a lot of these guys have switched to this Map Tuner X.
Okay.
And basically, you can sit there with the computer, dial the whole boat in, and go out there and not have to worry about a thing.
Is that a new computer, or is that just a program that allows you to get into the computer?
It's a program that allows you to get into the computer.
Okay.
And they sell it down at Riva Racing, one of our great sponsors here.
Yep. But it has to be a stock computer, right? So that the RPMs still have to be stock, the mapping for the fuel, all that has to be stock, correct?
Yep,
okay.
Correct.
So there's only certain parameters that they could get into and mess. What else can they mess with the program?
Well, I think what they do is they try to tune the boat.
Okay.
I mean, that's the biggest thing is they want the boat to be tuned to the conditions that you're in. Here, somewhat flat water, I'd say, I don't know, maybe 1 to 2. It was running about 2 to 3 about 45 minutes ago when we sat down.
But in Michigan, but you're also figuring humidity, right?
Right.
Because like in Michigan City, it's not as humid. Well, sometimes it is, but the air's much clearer up there. It's much cleaner. It's not as dense as the air down here, so they're going to want to go in and account for that too, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Saturday in Michigan City, it was 55 degrees and raining, and the water was freezing cold, so...
I think the water's always freezing cold. I don't think it's ever quite as warm as what we have down here. But, I've been doing some work down in Sarasota, and my wife sent me a message. I mean, the water in the Gulf was reaching the upper 90s at one point. They were actually having to pull the coral reef out of the water and put it in a warehouse because the water was getting so warm it was killing it.
Yeah, well, they said, though, over on the West Coast that it got up to as high as 102 degrees. So you're looking...
Doesn't sound very much fun.
No.
Not very much fun, does it?
No, it sounds more like jacuzzi water.
Yeah, exactly.
So you see the yellow 110 following the course marshal right there. That's your pole position.
So 2 parade laps then it looks like. 2 laps.
Yeah, I think what they did was they took him once without the penalty and once with the penalty, and they're going to line him back up again. This isn't normal for a P1 Aquacross. Normally they'll just go straight out there and race, and I think due to everybody missing that center buoy on the back section of the course, they're taking a little more time just to make sure that everybody knows the track.
Now talk about the penalty buoy. What is it?
Penalty buoy, if you miss a buoy or you get forced to miss a buoy somewhere on the track, on that next lap you have to take the penalty buoy.
And it's a little further out, right? It's a little bit longer distance.
Right. Yeah, you'll lose a position or two normally.
Right, because it's considered to be you got an advantage when you miss the buoy. You got to run maybe a shorter line and got to overtake somebody or extend your lead, so that longer length is meant to kind of equalize things back out, right?
Exactly. But unfortunately, that didn't work for Dustin Farthing earlier today to, an infraction on the rule book, which, like I say, the rules are a little bit different from closed course to endurance racing. And unfortunately, that's where Dustin got bit.
Well, a lot of these racers here do closed course racing. I mean, do they go back and forth between the two, or are the disciplines pretty kind of set?
I would say that probably 80 to 90% do both disciplines.
Okay.
As long as there's a race, these guys are all about racing. They're and gals, I should say, very, very competitive. Like Sophie Francis, to watch her out there compete against these guys, she's the only woman to ever hit the podium in a P1 Aquacross race, and currently, right now, sitting 4th in the points after 7 races so far this season.
So they'll take them up to the mill area now, get them lined up, and get ready for a start. Do the boats or do the skis change between the closed course and endurance racing? Are they different? I mean, is it a completely different boat, or is it just a different setup?
Completely different setups, yeah, because basically when you go to a closed course boat, you want a lot of bottom end, a lot of torque. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because
like you compared it to Supercross, it's basically the same thing, just to get you out of the turn and up over the obstacle or whatever.
Right, get you to that first turn first. To help you grab a hole shot. Whereas these boats aren't set up so much for that. They're set up for the longer distances.
Endurance,
because the last thing you want is a mechanical issue, which first race we seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 did not finishes.
Really?
So out of 21 boats, and they're stock boats too. That's the crazy thing.
That's the odd part, yeah.
They're still wound a little tight.
What would have caused the DNFs? It could be any number of things, but is there like a common cause?
Right, like Chris Landis had a mechanical issue after pulling the lanyard. We seen him pull the lanyard on the video a little bit earlier, but he had a mechanical issue. Not quite sure what went wrong with it. Had a guy last week, lost a coupler hose, boat filled up with water, so he's sinking out there.
That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, right.
But a feeling that in the offshore powerboat racing, we know that feeling well. That can happen. MCON Monster Energy actually caught on fire in Sarasota, Florida. They blew a water hose and overheated one of their engines, and they pulled off to the inside of the course, and I looked on the screen, and I could see smoke coming out of the hatch, but they overheated the engine so bad that it started to catch on fire. They didn't want to open the engine hatch. They were just trying to, extinguish it from the outside, so that was a pretty tough day for those guys.
Yeah, very tough day. Very expensive day.
Very expensive day. You're exactly right.
And you can see him lining up. Tori Snyder right there in pole position. Going to be interesting to see how he starts, because a lot of times you'll see the hole shot come from kind of the middle of the pack. Because you can see where Tori's going to be starting. He's going to be closest to this monster buoy, which is turn number 1 down here on the northeast section of the track.
Okay.
So again, he's going to have to straight line that buoy almost, and then make a hard cut 90 degrees. Whereas
maybe some scrubs a little too much speed off on a tight turn like that.
Right. Whereas if you're in the middle, you can kind of time it, and then you can make your way around nice and easy, where you can hold your line all the way through it and keep your speed.
Speaking of lines, do they have to maintain their lane through any? What are the rules going into the first turn?
Well, there's a couple reasons in which you'd see a red flag out there. One is what you just talked about. They're not holding their line on the way to the first turn. The second would be that somebody jumped the start. They didn't wait for the green flag to go down. And the third, somebody got hurt out on the track. And the fourth is that a buoy's moving on the track, and it's going to cause safety issues. So only 4 reasons in which you'll see a red flag today, and hopefully we don't see any dreaded red today.
In any event that we're doing,
at any
offshore or aquacross, we do not want a red flag. And that reminds me to say, do not fly your drones during any of these races, because that will cause a red flag. We need to keep our divers safe in our helicopters. Of course, our X-Insurance helicopter will be out later today. That will provide aerial footage of the offshore powerboats coming up later today. Class 1 qualifying first, then we've got Class 7, 6, and 5, and then Super Stock. 3 races today, and then we will have the remaining races starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're going to have Mod V, you're going to have 450 Factory Stock, you're going to have the Class 1 race, you'll have Super Cat, a lot of racing action here, plus one more aquacross race.
Well, I'll tell you what, it sounds like we got a full schedule as we get our final folks in the gate. You can see Tori Snyder there chomping at the bit as they get ready to take off the green flag. And we are off and away here. Race number 2. This is race number 8 for the season here for the P1 Aquacross Pro 300 class.
Good hole shot for that blue and red boat right there.
Yeah, I see Anthony Radetich. He is up there in the mix on the double deuce. But Snyder's going to have that inside line. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Tori Snyder, boat number 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Judge Motorsports and Snyder Built, and he is side by side with the Chicken Man right there, boat number C477. The Chicken Man going to have the inside line as they come up here to this chicane right in front of us. And yeah, we got a rider down over there at the monster buoy as we go back out to our leader. I'm trying to get a number on that. That could be Cushman, as I know that he has a black Yamaha. Meanwhile, it's Edworthy out in front, followed by Snyder, and boat number 79, the King, Dustin Farding, currently sitting in that 3rd spot here as they go past the checkered buoy for the first time down the Short Block Technologies front straightaway.
I forgot how chaotic this is with the spray and with the water and these guys going into a turn. Do they like racing in salt or fresh? Do they have a preference?
Well, they like racing in fresh because then they don't have to go home and spend 2 hours cleaning out their boat.
Well, plus, salt water, they're probably going to get the salt to crystallize on their goggles. They're going to lose a little bit of vision. It'll crystallize actually all over their whole face. I mean, you really get kind of a nasty feeling from the salt water as well as the equipment. So I'd imagine that would be another reason they'd like fresh water.
Right, and the salt water's a little more aerated as well, so
right.
They don't go as fast in the salt water as they do in the fresh water. So that is Jay Edworthy out in front on the 477 Sea-Doo. He's out of Canada, sponsored by JetX and Riva Racing. Been racing for 25 years. And as we pointed out, his nickname, the Chicken Man.
The Chicken Man.
Take a look. There is Farthing up on the screen right now. Farthing, I believe, currently riding in the third place position as they're at the top left-hand side of the track and coming back into the P1 Aquacross course. Again, the course today, 11 buoys and 1 mile and a quarter. As you can see, I'm bumping down that little side straightaway there. Going to come into that 90-degree turn, and Tori Snyder right there. You can see he's staying just outside the line, being thrown down by Jay Edworthy. And Edworthy, who got hurt in Michigan City, it's good to see him back. Sat out a couple races in Daytona. Had some mechanical issues over there. So your top two down the front straightaway, and looked like Tori Snyder went sideways there for a second. The quick goggle adjustment. So Snyder's still hanging on to that second place position, followed by Farthing in third.
Well, Farthing was able to close in some ground on that second place position, though, with that bobble you mentioned.
Well, I know Farthing's chomping at the bit after that first race and getting penalized pretty much 7 points, for what he thought was doing the right thing, but unfortunately for him, the judges didn't think so, and they put him down to third place. But he is still the points leader coming into this one, as he has got a 26-point lead over second place Camden Powell, who is on boat number 44.
It's anybody's race in 1, 2, and 3 right now, though. You could put a blanket over our top 3 entries.
Well, and that's one thing. What they want to do is they want to try to get out in front early, you know what I mean, and put a lot of real estate between them and the rest of the pack. And then normally it'll come right down to, those last couple of laps. And I think that's where the mental fatigue sets in. You can have the boat running good. You can be going to the gym every day, getting a lot of seat time. But it's the mental fatigue, that wears you out. Going 30 minutes plus a lap.
How fast do you think they're going?
Today, I would say they're probably going somewhere around mid-70s.
Really?
Okay, these boats on flat water can do probably close to 90. As we take a look back out there at your race leader, the Chicken Man. Boat number C477. Again, Ryan Dolly and the folks up at JetX helping him out. They actually own a Sea-Doo museum up there at JetX.
I probably had a Sea-Doo relic jet ski at some point that could be put into that museum.
Yeah, the old Bumblebee.
I remember when I got on my first ever Sea-Doo, I couldn't find the start button because every other jet ski I'd ridden, it was on the handlebars, and I didn't know it was down on the lower dash. People were yelling at me how to get it started.
Well, Sea-Doo came out.
Things changed.
Right, 1967, I believe it was. And it was the Sea-Doo Bumblebee, 232 cc's of raw horsepower. And then it was outboard.
Of course, Sea-Doo owned by Bombardier, the bigger global company that produces, they do boats. They have that Sea-Doo pontoon jet ski boat thing. I forget the name of it, but a lot of products come out from that Sea-Doo company.
Oh, yeah. They do a great job up there in Valcourt and testing over here in Malabar, Florida.
Okay.
Now you can see your race leaders once again making a pass back by our start-finish line. And it is still...
he's pulled away from him a little bit now, though.
Yeah, he's got about a 3-second lead over Tori. Tori's just trying to stay right there with him. He knows that Jay's coming off of an injury, too.
Yep.
So he's going to try to wear him out, I think. He's going to stay right there.
Force him into a mistake.
He's going to push, and that's what we've seen happen to Landis on race number 1 when he lost his lanyard, because Tori was pushing him down that side straightaway.
What was the injury?
Well, there was no injury. He lost his lanyard. And
in
then,
Michigan City, you said our leader was in.
Oh,
Michigan
yeah.
City.
Oh, he had a leg injury.
Okay.
He came down wrong.
This is not a good place to have a leg injury with as choppy as these conditions are. That's really going to be hard on him.
Him and his Canadian counterpart, boat number 221, Dave Davidson, both with leg injuries coming into this one. Must be a Canadian thing.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
not sure.
You never know.
And again, your race leader.
Tighten back up, though.
Yep. Well, that's what Tori's trying to do back there on boat number 110. He's just trying to run some clean lines, find some clean water, not try to run in his pump wash. But
he can't get out of the spray, right? I mean, he can't get out of the spray. They're dividing off the wakes. He's got to go through that, because that would put him so far outside of the race line, he'd be running a much longer course at that point.
Edworthy still your race leader, followed by boat number 110 there. That is the Snyder-built pilot, Tori Snyder, winner here last year. And again, sponsored by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And I'm sure that they would like to keep that trophy right here at the Visit St. Pete Clearwater booth,
There's probably a display for that downtown.
Downtown, yep, exactly. Yeah, he's been running good all year. Like I say, Tori came in third place Got 120 points. He's 34 behind the leader, but only 8 points behind second place. And after this race here, we'll still have 4 more to go. 1 more here tomorrow, and then 3 in Kissimmee in just a couple of weeks.
Mike, it looks like to me that our leader in second place, and I'm sorry, I can't remember their names at this point. It looks like our leader is faster on certain parts of the course, and then second place is faster on certain parts of the course, especially coming back in this way. They're running kind of back from the westbound direction. It looks a little bit faster coming this way.
Well, and I'll tell you why, because the Sea-Doo who's out in front, that's the orange and black boat. You can see Tori pulling up beside him right now and trying to pull away. Tori's on the Yamaha.
Well, in our second place boat, see, he's sitting down more now. He was standing up a lot more in this chop, and now he seems to be sitting down. Makes me wonder if that leg injury is starting to come into play.
Yeah, like I say, fatigue definitely going to play a big part here in St. Pete. As you see, Snyder's starting
to... He's not letting him go, though.
No, he's staying right there, but he's got Farthing right behind him now.
Right.
And that's, that's nothing to feel comfortable about when you got Dustin Farthing, who's won over more than 30 world and national titles right on your backside.
Yeah, it makes you kind of nervous, right?
Yeah, I talked to Farthing not too long ago, talking about, like, he's got a lot of great moments in personal watercraft racing, but he's got some bad moments too. And we were in Lake Havasu back in October of 1999, and it came down to the final buoy, and he was going against the French rider Nicolas Rios, and he turned in real quick, and the French rider hit a wave, came up, and landed right on top of him. Both of them went into the shoreline and almost took me out as I was standing by on the shoreline with the microphone.
The memories we have covering aqua sports.
Oh, I'll tell
racing,
you,
jet ski racing.
Lots more good ones than bad ones. I'll say that, and that's, saying that we're blessed out here.
Now, boat number 110, he is really starting to pull a lead as you look out from our vantage point. He's really starting to get into that clean water and find his rhythm.
Yeah, Tori Snyder, his father is his mentor, and his favorite mechanic is Michael Bouchard, one of the mechanics down there in Bradenton, Florida, who also races in our amateur series, which will make its return back to the water in Kissimmee.
What's next on the Aquacross calendar?
Yeah, that's Kissimmee in 2 weeks. Kissimmee St. Cloud, just down I-4 from here, you know, and that's always a fun race behind.
That's on lake, right?
Yep. Yeah, East Lake Toho. And
so back to fresh water.
Back to fresh water.
And alligators.
And snakes.
Right, animals.
Right.
Of course, we could have animals mess our day up here as we have to deal with the manatees and the turtles here in Tampa Bay. But it looks like now second getting challenged by third.
Yeah, that's Farthing starting to challenge Edworthy, and I know Edworthy can feel the heat right now. As you can see, the gap between those two, not too much, and why them two have been battling it out, you can see Tori Snyder has been able to amass a much bigger lead as he gets ready to come down the front straightaway.
Well, that's what you want to see, a battle behind you, because they'll actually start racing each other and not in front of, they'll not want to race, they'll start racing each other, not racing forward, basically, and they'll start slowing each other down.
So Farthing takes a look around. He's going to find McCluggage right there. McCluggage just having a tough season on that Monster Energy Yamaha. Had a couple of breakdowns here in the last couple of weeks, so he's not up there in the top 10 in points right now, but he's still the GOAT. He's still the greatest of all time, and, I wouldn't put it past him to come out here and play the Joker.
Try and put it on somebody, right?
Right, exactly. Taking a look down, race number 1, yes, he finished 16th in race number 1.
Wow.
Only finished, I believe, a couple of laps before pulling off. So trying to hold it together here, play the spoiler, take some points away for some of these points leaders out there.
Second place is kind of gapped third now as our third place boat. Now needs to worry about McCluggage.
Yeah, that's the whole thing right there is McCluggage and Farthing almost side by side.
He got him for third.
Both right there.
Nope, he didn't. I'm sorry. I mistaken, both dark colored boats.
Yeah. Both of them sponsored by Monster Energy as well, and have been for quite some time.
Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Powerboat Racing.
Yeah, I can see lots of people walking around on the pier today with Monster Energy drinks.
I've got the big Monster Energy tent as you walk right out here on the St. Pete Pier.
Mm-hmm. Number 110 still making it happen, captain out there on the track, Tori Snyder, and you can see he's in attack mode out there.
Well, he's riding so much more aggressive. He's down lower. His elbows are up. He's really trying to go after it. Although somebody stuck a hand out right there. Was that Farthing that stuck a hand out? Is he waving somebody by?
I'm trying to get a number. On that boat. But yeah, it looked like he was waving him by.
I mean, he did, but he didn't go by him though.
Well, That's probably some trash talking going on out there.
Oh, maybe a little bit. Okay, he's teasing him. He's tickling him a little bit, saying, come up with me.
Yeah, come on. That's classic Farthing and McCluggage out there. These two been battling it out.
Whoa, that was tight going in there.
Yeah, you needed a shoehorn to get through that turn.
Yeah.
So,
but I think he was able to make the move, whoever that was.
So, yeah, I believe that was Farthing and McCluggage once again as they head out to the top right-hand side of the track and get ready to go down that small back straightaway.
Turn around the Monster Energy buoy. So you're thinking about 70 miles an hour?
Yeah, right around 70, between 70 and 75. Like I say, these boats normally going a lot faster, but to go a lot faster, you got to spend more time in the water, and these waves not too conducive to that today.
Now, will their setup, in offshore powerboat racing, we talk about the setup going away as the boat gets lighter, they burn off fuel. Same thing happen in aquacross?
Yeah, exactly.
Boat will get a little bit lighter with less fuel in it, they'll start flying a little bit more?
That's it. I'm looking at the battle right now between McCluggage and Farthing. McCluggage winning that battle as you see Farthing having to cross back over the wave. That's going to slow him down just a little bit. He's setting up real wide here for this next turn.
He wants to try to dive back to the inside maybe?
That's what I would think. That's probably what he needs to do and try to work an outside-inside maneuver right there.
He went in there. He did go in there.
He tried to sneak in there, but nothing doing as McCluggage slams the door shut.
And they'll lose a little bit of traction going over the whitewater, right? I mean, when you say lose traction, you're not coming to a dead stop, but you're definitely losing a little bit of forward momentum.
Yeah, you're looking, quarter second, half second, something like that, but every second counts.
Exactly.
Here. As you can see, your race leader already onto the right-hand side of the track. And it looks like, once again, McCluggage was able to get by Farthing, and now Farthing able to get back by McCluggage. So here comes Farthing, your race leader, down the front straightaway. Boat number 79. And there's boat number 30, currently sitting in the fourth spot.
So, Mike, as we pan out a little bit further, we're starting to come into lap traffic now, though. That'll have a pretty big effect on this race, you think?
Well, I'll tell you, it all depends on how you get around those lappers. I mean, some of these lappers, they're in the race, and they're in race mode, so they're not really looking at the flags. And Ryan Scaglione out there on the scoring boat normally would have a blue flag with a yellow stripe, and when you get that pointed at you, that means pretty much there's a race going on and you ain't in it.
Same thing in Supercross, basically, right?
Yeah,
when they wave the blue flag.
Right, yeah, so you have to yield to the leaders coming through. But he's in a very awkward place right there for when they make that turn. You can see how far back the checkered buoy is from these guys. So a lot of them ain't taking a look over. And Snyder, still your race leader. Getting a lot of help from a lot of different people, actually. Tori Snyder, again, sponsored by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. He's only been racing for 5 years. He was a 2022 world champion back in the Bahamas. He's also sponsored by Dean's Team, Judge Motorsports, Jet Trim, Yamaha, and Riva Racing. So he has got a whole host of great sponsors and a lot of money behind him.
But again, he's now he's up in the lap traffic, as I mentioned. That's a slower boat to the inside, so he's going to have to contend with them. Yeah,
well, that's Dave Davidson. We talked about Dave a little bit earlier. He's one of our Canadians with a hurt leg. You can see he's kind of standing up to kind of stretch that out, but hurt the leg in Daytona. And you can see the race leaders coming past our Short Block Technologies front straightaway and finish line. Now we've got two back markers in between first and second place. Second place still the orange boat that you see out here, C477. That is Jay Edworthy.
But it looks like the Farthing father and son team are catching up to him. We're going to see some teamwork here, maybe?
Well, I'll tell you, you got Dustin Farthing and McCluggage running 3 and 4, and then that's Devin Farthing, I believe, riding back there in the 5th spot. So you may see before the end of this a little bit of a father-son work out there. Now, obviously, sportsmanship plays a big thing with what we do here at P1 Aquacross. So, nothing dirty, not cutting anybody off and going slow in front of them or anything like that. But you're allowed to race with them as long as you are in.
As I look up from our screen, I kind of see a jet ski just floating off by itself outside of one of our turns, and we do have some course marshals headed that direction. Not sure what happened there.
Well, that was a big get-off. If you take a look out there on the top right-hand side of the track, you can see the marshals with the dirty laundry in the air.
Dirty laundry being the yellow flag, I'm guessing.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Learn something new every day.
So it looks like, they're going to take that rider back. Meanwhile, the battle still rages on for that 3rd and 4th place between Farthing and McCluggage. And you can see them as they work their way down that back straightaway, headed up to the top left-hand side of the track. That's where you'll find the racing action. So the yellow flags, again, still
Mike,
up.
Mike, I think that might have been our second place boat that went out. As I look up, I'm trying to look for our leader, 110. I think he's coming back right in front of our vantage point here. So where is our...
Actually, I think that is a Marshall boat. And
no, but the orange, our leader just went by, and I don't see the orange Canadian boat.
Uh-oh. Oh, and that's the 118. That's Chris Landis on a backup boat right there.
Up there. Okay, there's the orange boat there. But he's dropped way off the pace. He was running a pretty solid second with that battle in third behind him.
Yeah, it looks like he's moved all the way back to fourth spot. And he's got company back there in fourth spot right now, too.
Endurance coming into play now, you think, with the leg injury?
Yeah, I think,
or the sore leg, we'll call it an injury, but now, maybe a sore leg.
Well, again, it's not just, the physical fatigue. Again, it's the mental fatigue, too. I mean, you just get complacent. You get out there, you get in a decent position, and you kind of become complacent. And you don't realize what's going on around you. And that's where you'll make those mental mistakes. And, like, waiting on the lappers and so forth like that.
Well, and not being patient with lappers, right? I mean, you never want to force yourself past the lapper because you don't know exactly what's going to happen and put yourself in a precarious spot.
Right, yeah. You want to go past the lappers where you know that you can make that pass and you know that you can make it cleanly. Don't try to dive into a turn and cut the lapper off because...
Or get to the inside of them. It's not going to benefit you to do that.
Right. Boat number 110, Snyder, still your race leader as he works his way around the monster buoy. And again, this kid's been doing great ever since he started. His first race ever 5 years ago was in Daytona, and the first time he came out on a P1 aquacross course, he won in the pro class.
Wow.
That's making a statement.
That is making a statement.
So, Torrey Snyder once again. And he's got his backup boat. I believe that's Chris Landis, who broke down a little earlier today. So a tough break there for Landis. He's on the other yellow boat, looks just like Snyder's. And there's boat number 79 going past our start-finish line, Dustin Farthing. And you can see some great battling going on back there. Looks like Edworthy went way off the pace. You see Edworthy over on the left-hand side of the track right now. Orange boat, easy to pick out. Was running in first, dropped back to second, and I believe he's in about fifth or sixth right now as he gets ready to come down the short block technologies.
Well, that was a tight one there.
Oh yeah, later it gets the tighter it gets. Nobody wants to leave that door open.
Not at this point.
So once again, Torrey Snyder riding another great race out there, taking a win in race number 1. He's doing what he needs to do to try to put that boat up on the top spot in the national podium. Won the World Championships, as we pointed out last year, down in the Bahamas. And Snyder right now, another 25 points would take him up to 145, which would be edging in on Farthing. Farthing right now looking at 17 points possibly if he takes this right here, which would give him 171 going into the final race in Kissimmee. But again, that's without tomorrow's scores. I'm sorry. We got tomorrow's scores as well.
One more race to go. Now, they have no communication on land, correct?
No.
Do they run pit boards or anything?
No, they used to, like at the smaller close course races, they would run pit boards, like at a good corner, like pretty much right before, these front straightaways where everybody can see you. They're looking at you or they're looking at the flagman, one of the two.
Right.
And, but these guys right now, they're going so fast and they're worried about the waves and everything in front of them. They ain't got time to looking around. Right. Yeah.
But they're not running a clock either. Because it's a timed race, right? They're looking for that checkered flag, right? There's no clock, or that white flag rather, to signify the last lap.
Right. And what our flagman Ryan will do is at 15 minutes he'll wave the green flag, and that'll mean to the riders 15 minutes plus a lap.
Okay.
I'm not sure where we're at on time here right now. 79's in second. Okay, so 110 in first.
Beautiful day here as this is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Beautiful day here. We've got Class 1 qualifying coming up next. Then we're going to have the first offshore race of the weekend with classes 7, 6, and 5. And then we will have Super stock later on this afternoon. Of course, we're going to have the Monster Energy Pit Party taking place later. If you're watching at home, come out and join the Monster Energy Pit Party taking place down here in downtown St. Petersburg. And have some freestyle motocross later today, kind of like aquacross on land, if you would.
Oh, yeah, freestyle motocross. Great team back there. I was chatting with them a little bit during the lunch break. And, I used to announce the IFMA, the International Freestyle Moto Association.
Of course, we have freestyle legend in town this weekend. Mr. Travis Pastrana going to be racing the Husky Ice Spritz boat with qualifying and racing tomorrow, running with Steve Curtis. So I don't think Travis is quite going to throw his leg over a motorcycle, though.
No, I don't think we're going to see any double backflips tonight at the party. Meanwhile, back out to number 110, on board with your race leader, Tori Snyder. And Snyder trying to run away with this one right here. As I take a look down, it looks like Farthing has moved up into that second place on boat number 79 as he works his way through the front straightaway.
Really a good shot of exactly how rough it is in St. Pete as he heads towards that Monster Energy buoy. Makes a short left-hand turn and then runs a little bit more eastbound.
It looks like Devin Farthing has moved up into the fourth spot on boat number 6, and sliding back to fifth is boat number 30, Chris McCluggage. So McCluggage, who was vying for that third spot a little earlier with Farthing, now a little bit off the spot. As you see Snyder taking a look behind him, trying to see what kind of lead that he's got right now.
Now, when I was racing somebody and saw them look behind, I always took that as a sign of weakness because that means they're thinking about what's going on behind them.
Right.
And you can start charging for them a little bit if they're worried about what's going on around them and not just looking forward. Of course, I have to say that I'd looked back quite a few times, too. So,
right.
Guess I was beating myself, maybe.
You just got to find the right buoy to do it where you don't have to move your head that much, and you can still stay focused on what's in front of you. As we go back on board with our leader there on the Snyder Built Construction Judge Motorsports Yamaha.
Now, is he managing his race at this point? He knows where he is? He's kind of looking around a little bit. He's managing at this point, right?
Right. He's a strong kid. As I take a look down here, I believe that Tori is only 19 years old. Yeah, Tori's only, just turned 20 years old.
Okay.
And, so he feels confident out there. He knows that he's got the strength, to last the 30 minutes plus one. He'll have no issues with that whatsoever. As he goes back past our start-finish buoy once again.
Looks like he's got some clean water in front of him now, so he can kind of focus on moving forward and keeping his lead where it is.
Now you got two back markers in between he and boat number 79, Farthing, who is still in that second place position. And that is, it looks like Devin Farthing that has moved up into third on boat number 6. So as far as numbers go, you've got boat number 110 out in front, boat number 79 back there in second, boat number 6 in third.
The father-son now on the podium in second and third, correct?
That's it. That's what they're trying to do, and I know that makes for one very happy mama.
I'm sure of that, yeah. Well, happy that they came home safe, but then, when they're on the podium, it just helps that much more.
Well, Farthing actually shared the podium with his younger son, Talon.
Okay.
Talon won the amateur class in Michigan City, and he won the pro class in Michigan City, so they both stood atop the podium.
So it's actually a three-way family of racing, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Nicole Farthing has her hands full, I'll just say that.
It sounds like it, yeah. She's probably got some pretty stressful times ahead of her.
You can see folks in the backside of the race yielding to Farthing. Farthing still in that second place position, trying to hunt down that guy right there, boat number 110, Tori Snyder. And Snyder right now,
he's definitely managing it now. He's not nearly aggressive as he was.
Well, you can see he's letting the boat drive. He's not driving the boat. Right. He's letting the boat drive, using the power of the boat. Obviously, they've got a lot of power, got some really great mechanics, under the hood of that boat with Dean Cherrier and Tim Judge being just two of them. And you can see now it looks like Edworthy sliding back even a little bit more. So the C477 just having a tough time out there as we go back to Dustin Farthing on board with the King. And he's sponsored by Monster Energy as well as Yamaha. And I'm sure if he was up here, he'd like to say a big shout out to Scotty Watkins, who runs the marketing department over there at Yamaha.
So do they get factory support?
Yeah, some of these racers do get factory support. It's a limited amount as compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
But the old gray mare ain't what she used to be.
Nope.
So now it's kind of starting over, especially with this endurance with the P1 Aquacross. This is our 10th year doing the P1 Aquacross endurance stuff. A lot of folks coming over and making that switch from the closed course stuff. And there was a lot more aftermarket manufacturers involved in the closed course stuff.
Right.
So there was a lot more like contingency money. Like you put a sticker on your boat, you get the contingency money.
But this is still a good testing ground. I mean, this is still good proving grounds for, because the normal person's not going to ride this jet ski this hard for this long. Maybe they will, but...
Right. Well, yeah, it says it's a testament to your brand. That's for sure. And Yamaha's been dominating here for, the last couple years, I'll say. Sea-Doo's got a good boat out there, and they've had a winner this year. And then Kawasaki's got a winner this year. So, they're starting to close the gap between, the Sea-Doo's, Kawasaki's, and the Yamahas. As we go back on board there with Tori Snyder. And he's just trying to ride a safe race right now. He don't want to take himself out, do anything stupid.
Manage it.
Exactly. Like we said earlier, it's either destiny or density,
Right.
It looks like Tori coming to that chicane right here on the left-hand side of the track.
Well, we should see the number 79 boat jump into our screen just from the left. Yep, there he is right there. So that's second place. That kind of gives you an idea. There is second place just going into that turn. Not as big of a lead as what we thought.
Yeah, it looks
like the
like
white flag is out.
He's closed it to an 8-second lead. And Farthing takes a look over. He'll see the white flag this time around. And in endurance racing, they call that the hallelujah flag because you're saying hallelujah, only one more lap to go.
Oh, it's making my head hurt. Just watch these guys bouncing around out there, maybe hitting their heads on the handlebars just a couple of times.
Boat number 6, Farthing's son, Devin Farthing, still maintaining that third place position. So Farthing's running second and third right now with Tori Snyder up in front. And, it's almost the same as our first race, except for Devin and Dustin switching sides right there. Tori Snyder going to try to walk away with another 25 points if he can hold on for another half a lap.
Is there anything Dustin Farthing can do at this point? Does he have anything left in the tank to try and catch Tori Snyder?
Well, what he needs to do is be smart. He's got a nice lead. He's got a 26-point lead. He'll lose 5 points, so he'll still have a 21-point lead going in.
At the end of the day, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Right, exactly. So, he's still got a comfortable, lead, but that mistake a little earlier today did hurt him a little bit, but I'm sure that he learned from it because he's that kind of racer.
But a good race run by boat number 110, Tori Snyder, took the lead very early on from our Canadian rider and has never looked back.
Yeah, Snyder again, sponsored by Yamaha. I know that they're helping him out big time. Riva Racing, of course. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. What a better sponsor to have. And the Devil Nichols Finlayson knocking over that SBT buoy right down the front straightaway as we go back on board with Snyder.
They can hit a buoy, right?
They can hit it, but if they deflate it, it's going to cost you an extra $1,500.
Oh, okay then. But they can rub it, right? Just as long as it doesn't pop.
And a checkered flag out for Tori Snyder. Snyder 2 for 2 on the Snyder build. Judge Motorsports Yamaha. Sponsored by Dean's team in boat number 79. Farthing coming through in the second place position. Sponsored by Farthing Racing as well as Yamaha. It looks like Devin Farthing coming through in third. Also sponsored by Yamaha and Farthing Racing. Dustin also picking up some support from Sam Nemi and the folks over at Broward Motorsports.
Remember their big presence? They had a hauler last year.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's always good to see the Nemi family down in the pits. They always put on a good show for everybody. They downsized the team because the Yamaha factory wasn't giving out as many boats this year, so they downsized the team. So Dustin is one of only a couple riders on the Broward Motorsports team here in 2023. So again, the checkered flag waving here at the St. Pete Pier. Glad everybody could tune in online.
Go home and maybe take an ice bath?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm thinking so. Well, as we wrap up the second Aquacross race of the day, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix. And this is the 2023 SBT P1 Aquacross Grand Prix. Mike, sorry, didn't mean to take your thunder away with that one.
No, hey, that's good. We're presented by Monster Energy. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, HydroTurf, Riva Racing, Yamaha Icom, and Fly Racing. Thank you also very much for your support here in the 2023 SBT P1 Aquacross Grand Prix.
Up next, we've got Class 1 qualifying. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome back to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Mike, we've wrapped up your second aquacross race. Thanks for being on board. We look forward to the action tomorrow. As we get ready to change the course here for our Class 1 qualifying, let's take a look back at Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Side by side, neck to neck. It's all the pressure.
Welcome to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which kicks off the inaugural Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, a celebration of powerboat racing on the turbulent waters of Lake Michigan. The top categories of U.S. powerboat racing were put to the test here, and they included the massive Class 1 offshore powerboats, factory stock 450R boats, the highly competitive superstocks, and the thrilling F1 single-seater powerboats. More than 40 teams with competitors from around the world battled it out in the adrenaline-fueled thrill of offshore and inshore powerboat racing. This show will cover the UIM Class 1 World Championship, where a fleet of 7 boats faced off in a double-header action-packed weekend. Sheboygan, Wisconsin is known as the freshwater surf capital of the world. It has some of the best waves on the Great Lakes, providing spectacular racing action for fans along the picturesque beaches. Sheboygan is a hidden gem that lies just 50 miles north of Milwaukee and captures the essence of small-town charm with a taste of genuine Midwestern hospitality, whilst offering a sophisticated artistic and culinary scene. The 3-day event was held in partnership with Mercury Racing, manufacturer of the high-performance consumer and race marine products, with their factory based nearby at Fond du Lac.
Mercury Racing is 50 years old today. We started as a division of Mercury Marine in 1973, and we are celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. So that's why we're here celebrating our 50th. It's a fantastic sport. It's an adrenaline rush, and the people that are in this profession are very passionate, and it's just fun to be around them.
The location of the protected harbour next to the offshore course was unique, allowing spectators to watch offshore and inshore powerboat action in one venue. The city hosted a massive festival and block party where fans could get up close to these juggernauts and meet some of the drivers. Now let's take a closer look at the Class 1 teams. With back-to-back race weekends, the pressure was on the Class 1 teams to iron out any issues from the tough racing in Michigan City. With limited time between the races, the teams had to work flat out to ensure the boats were in prime condition and ready to race again in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Triple 2 Offshore Australia Navy are having a storming season, with a second place in Cocoa Beach, first in Sarasota, which was backed up with another win in Michigan City. The team of Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson are in the form of their lives. A win here and they would be crowned world champions for 2023.
The feeling is just a bit more nervous than the other races. Now, when I sit in the boat and the strap and I start the engine, everything gone. The boat is okay. We check all the engine, we check the transmission, propeller, everything. So we see.
Pothole Heroes had a mixed race in Michigan City. Driver Carlos De Quesada and throttleman Johnny Tomlinson were running fast and challenging for the race lead before the boat snapped, hooked, and went inside a turn buoy, resulting in a 30-second penalty. They ended up in 4th, but will take the confidence of the race pace they showed in Michigan City into this weekend's racing in Sheboygan.
You know, it's one of those things that Michigan City was really, really rough, and we definitely took a pounding in that race. This race, or for practice, we took a pounding. We broke engine mount, so we had to strap it down, and something we're going to have to fix tonight, but everything held together, and we got a lot of work to do tonight.
Husky Ice Spritz took 2nd place in Michigan City. The team started the season with a win at Cocoa Beach, but are now playing catch-up to 222 Australia in the championship standings. Nothing less than a win will do in Sheboygan for the team which won the 2022 World Championship, and with Britt Lilly and Steve Curtis in the cockpit, the boat is in seriously good hands. Randy Kent and Grant Brueggemann paired up in Michigan City and brought the new MTI boat home for Ex-Insurance Good Boy Vodka's first points of the season, and, after a penalty for Pothole Heroes, a place on the podium. A spectacular result for the team in their first race together, one which they'll be looking to replicate this weekend. Monster Energy MCon have struggled so far this season, but put together their best weekend of the year in Michigan City. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle went the race distance for the first time in 2023 and picked up some points. They ended up in 5th place, but were running as high as 3rd in the early stages of the race. With an immense effort working on the boat after Michigan City, they have left no stone unturned in the quest for a podium finish in 2023.
You know, it's about what we anticipated. The lake water is bumped up, and it's probably a true 4 to 5 footer out there right now. The boat did very well. Very excited to get out and get these time trials going. Moved a little bit of weight around just to try to give the team and the boat the best advantage we can. But we're excited to go out and put this Monster Energy skater on the pole, so stay tuned.
DF Young hit the podium in round 2 in Sarasota, the best result of the season so far for Hugh Fuller and Rich Wyatt. They finished 6th in Michigan City, but know that on their day they can challenge for a podium place, and that is exactly what they'll be aiming for in Sheboygan. It's not going to be easy though, with many teams finding the pace and fine-tuning the boats at this stage of the season. We're in for a classic battle in Sheboygan.
Well, you know, we've had issues every race and every qualifying so far. We did finally get to test the other day for the first time this year, and everything ran very good for a change. So we hope that continues through this qualifying, this race here. And if we do that, then hopefully we can be up there in the top few spots. We just need the engines to keep running and give us a whole race.
Team DeFalco weren't able to go the distance in Michigan City. They didn't race in Sarasota, but did pick up 4th in Cocoa Beach. Mike Falco and Billy Moore will be aiming to complete the race and get back to picking up championship points before the final race of the season in St. Petersburg, Florida. Conditions for qualifying day were tough early on, with driving rain and poor visibility causing some small delays to the start of the session.
Yeah, we've gone out and done a couple laps. It's pretty bumpy out there. Just getting ready for qualifying now. That starts at 3:30, so we got all the weight where we want it, and let's go see if we can get on pole.
Qualification is, of course, key to a successful race weekend. Get it right, and starting on pole position gives a team a big advantage when it comes to the race. In Class 1 qualification, each team completes 2 laps, the fastest of which counts. They can choose to complete a 3rd lap if they wish. 222 Offshore Australia Navy were first out for qualification as the championship leaders. They set their fastest lap on lap 1, a 3:45.12, and couldn't beat their own lap time on their 2nd lap. Now they needed to sit and wait to see if anyone could better their time and take pole position away from 222 Offshore Australia Navy. Husky Ice Spritz were the 2nd team to set a lap time. Conditions were tough on the corners, with props almost coming out of the water, requiring laser-like focus for the throttleman. Husky were off the pace on their first lap by a shade under 5 seconds. Lap 2 was an improvement, however, and their lap time of 3:49.75 would put them into second position for now, but with 5 boats still to set some times, nothing was guaranteed. Pothole Heroes were third out onto the 6-mile course for qualification, and they were on fire. With a different setup to Triple Two, the boat was looking fast and supremely well balanced as they stormed their way to a 3:39.48 to go into first, and well ahead of Triple Two. Now Carlos de Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson would have to wait and see if anyone would deny them the coveted pole position. DF Young were next out with the biggest boat in the field, the 50-foot Mystic-built boat, and they would be expecting that boat to handle the tough conditions better than some of the other teams. In the end, a 3:52.38 would be the only time set by DF Young, and they would end the qualification session in 5th place. Coming out 5th in qualification, it was Team DeFalco. Driver Mike Falco and throttleman Billy Moore had to throw everything at this session to get as good a starting position as they could. In the end, they set a time of 3:59.47. Ex-Insurance Good Boy Vodka took to the circuit to see what they could do in qualification. Randy Kent and Grant Brueggemann in just their second race together after a podium finish in Michigan City. On their first lap, they set a time of 3:55.56, but improved on lap 2 with a quick time of 3:50.02, which saw them edge out DF Young for 4th place by just over 2 seconds. The Monster Energy M-Con boat has had a lot of work done on it in the week since Michigan City. Driver Myrick Coyle and throttleman Tyler Miller were running flat and looking good, carrying good speed through the turns. Their first lap time was a 3:57.16, but they improved on their second lap to a 3:55.46 to round out qualification. With the qualification session in the books, it would be Pothole Heroes starting on pole position thanks to a stunning run that sees them over 5 seconds ahead of championship leaders Triple Two Offshore Australia Navy.
It was a bumpy run today. You know, we only did 1 lap. We had some issues we were worried about. Didn't even think we were going to get out there today to even have a chance. But it was rough, and this boat shined in the rough. Carlos did a great job coming around the buoys and just running the course as tight as the line as we could. And that head seat of boat was real strong and good, had good speed. So happy to stay together for what we did. We broke some stuff earlier.
The teams are getting ready for race 1. The final checks are done, and now it's over to the drivers and throttlemen out on the water.
Here we are, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, race day. Super excited to get this Monster Energy Class 1 skater out on the water. Yesterday in time trials and testing, 3 to 5 footers, very rough. Today, winds came in out of the west, laid the water down flat, so we did a lot of setup changes through the night, and then again today, getting this boat ready to go. So stay tuned, you know, we're excited, flat water racing, and go out and get this thing lit up. We're ready to go.
Triple Two Offshore Australia qualified in second, and they are aiming to keep the run of wins going.
It's quite different today to yesterday. It's a lot flatter. The course is a bit shorter, so we'll be set up to run a bit faster. And we're on pole 2, so we've got Husky on the port side and Potholes on the starboard side, so we've got plenty to do on the first lap.
Husky Ice Brits find themselves in pole 3 with work to do, needing a big result to stay in the championship hunt. Pothole Heroes had a stunning run to land on pole position. Can they now convert that into a race win?
We're going to go out there and just hold our line and race hard and try to stay up front.
Hope we hold it. That's the plan.
Boats are ready, and we are lining up for the start of race 1. All eyes on the green flag. The view from Ex-Insurance starting in 4th, looking across to pole sitters Pothole Heroes. Husky Ice Brits have Triple Two to their starboard. Here we go, the race is on. Looking on from Husky Ice Brits, we can see that Triple Two have got a good clean start. It's not a good start, however, by pole sitters Pothole Heroes, and 222 take the lead. Disappointing for them after such a good qualification session. The early top three, 222 followed by Pothole Heroes, and then Husky Ice Spritz. Here's DeFalco, they're running way out wide and currently in last place. After the clean, fast start, 222 Offshore Australia Navy, who are the early leaders of the race. Now Husky make the move on Pothole Heroes and get past the pole sitters to move into second position. It's now the turn of X Insurance to attempt to pass. They also get ahead of Pothole Heroes and set their sights on Husky. We still have 222 in the lead, followed by Husky Ice Spritz, with X Insurance now in third and Pothole Heroes down in fourth. We ride on board with Husky, and the leading contenders are all tightly packed together. 222, Husky, X Insurance and Pothole Heroes. Monster Energy M-Con are in fifth and looking to join the fight for the podium positions. Something doesn't appear right with Pothole Heroes. Now it's Monster Energy M-Con trying to make a pass on the pole sitters. And Monster Energy get it done. They're looking strong here in race 1. 222 still lead the race, and now they're on to lap 2. After 2 full laps, here's how it looks. 222 lead, Husky in second, X Insurance third, Monster Energy M-Con in fourth, Pothole Heroes fifth, DF Young sixth, and DeFalco seventh. And now X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka make the pass on Husky. A shock for Husky Ice Spritz, who now find themselves in third. This is playing out nicely for 222, but what a race so far for X Insurance. Now it's the turn of Monster Energy M-Con to pass Husky. Monster Energy M-Con are trying to catch X Insurance, and the gap between the boats is shrinking. It looks like Husky might be struggling, and here is the proof they've broken down. 222 still leading the race. It's been a solid run from Carpitella and Nicholson. Monster Energy have been charging through the field. They've now taken second position from X Insurance, who find themselves down in third. We run on board with X Insurance, and look how close Monster Energy get to them when making the pass. Now it's the turn of DF Young to pass Pothole Heroes. DF Young now up to fourth, with Pothole Heroes in fifth. It was a remarkable run in qualifying from Pothole Heroes, but this is not the race performance they would have been hoping for. Race 1 comes to a close, and it's a win for 222 Offshore Australia Navy. Monster Energy M-Con finish in second to get their first podium of the year. X Insurance Good Boy Vodka finish in third. After race 1, 20 points and the win go to 222 Offshore Australia. Monster Energy M-Con are delighted to land on the podium in second, and X Insurance Good Boy Vodka pick up the 12 points for third.
Every single thing, the shore crew are checking everything, the boat's fast, Giovanni's awesome on the throttle, so we're trying to tick all those things, so every little thing, yeah?
We are angry, you know. In the winter, when we have a break, Ali and Robbie, Marky and Pete, they do a great job. They clean up, complete the boat. They reset again. They do also a great job this morning because we found one drop box with a small problem just 2 hours before the race. We changed it in the last minute, so they do a great job.
You know, I mean, we started in the 6th place on the pole position coming down the straightaway, and by the time we got to turn 1, we felt like we had a competitive boat, you know, and that's usually the telltale sign of what's going on. So Myrick did a hell of a job driving today, in and out. It was a great racing.
Sheboygan was also hosting a leg of the Formula One Powerboat Championship for the first time. All teams in Sheboygan were using the stock 3.4-litre V6 4-stroke Mercury Racing APX engines that can pump out a whopping 200 horsepower. There were 3 qualifying heats to determine the starting order of the race, and it was RJ West in the number 93 boat who won the first heat, with Dustin Perry in P2 in the number 190 boat. The second heat starting lineup was the reverse of Heat 1's finishing order. That didn't matter for RJ West, who stormed to the lead from the back of the pack. RJ West earned the pole position spot for the race, with Dustin Ferry in P2 and the young gun Grant Schubert in P3. RJ West was unchallenged from the start and led the race pole to pole. Dustin Ferry took P2 and Mike Mouse in the black number 85 boat took third, nabbing his first podium. With ever-changing conditions on Lake Michigan, the teams were doing their final tweaks on the setup for Race 2. A chance for redemption for some, a chance to secure a world championship for others. The pressure was on.
It's a long race in the rough. We need to take the boat home, take a point, because we are very close to win the championship. So we're leading the points so far. So I push for sure for the first lap, and then I want to see how the other going.
We're ready now for Race 2 for the mighty Class 1 machines in Sheboygan, Michigan. All the teams are lined up, waiting for the green flag. The grid positions for Race 2 were determined by the finishing order from Race 1. 222 Offshore Australia Navy are on pole. And the race is on. 222 and Monster Energy MCon both get good starts and are now in a head-to-head battle. X Insurance finds some good speed and gets past DF Young. The boats are flying out there. We've got a big fight between 222 and Monster Energy. Monster Energy are not going to give up. They're pushing with everything they have to get ahead of 222 Offshore Australia Navy. And they've done it. They passed 222. But 222 is not going anywhere. They want that place back from Monster Energy. Both boats fighting hard. Superb head-to-head racing. And it's 222 in the lead. Monster in second, with X Insurance Good Boy Vodka in third. After one lap, it's still 222 in the lead. Monster Energy in second. X Insurance third, with DF Young fourth and Husky Ice Spritz in fifth. We're heading into lap 2. X Insurance finds some good speed and they've caught up with Monster Energy and now get past them and up into second position. It was a heroic first lap for Monster, battling for the lead, but now they find themselves down in third. Monster Energy look to be in trouble. DF Young are coming for them and they execute the pass. 222 lead, X Insurance in second, DF Young in third and Monster Energy MCon in fourth. Now X Insurance are trying to pass 222 for the race lead. They're changing lanes, inside lane to outside lane. Whoa, and X Insurance gets some big airtime and nearly lose it. Nice recovery. After lap 2, heading into lap 3, 222 lead the race with X Insurance in second, DF Young in third, Monster Energy in fourth, Husky Ice Spritz fifth, Pothole Hero 6th and DeFalco 7th. There's an epic battle going on out on the water between 222, X Insurance and DF Young. So little between the three boats fighting for the win. All of the boats are catching some air in the choppy conditions. Now DF Young are on the inside lane. This could be their moment to make the pass and get into second. And they've done it. 222 lead. DF Young now up to second and X Insurance in third. DF Young are flying here. They now have their sights set on 222 up ahead. They are pushing for the race win. Problems for DeFalco. They've slowed down and it looks like they've broken down with an engine problem. DF Young are on the outside trying to carry more speed, and are they going to do it? Can they get past 222? Yes, they've done it, and they take over the race lead from 222. We ride on board with Monster Energy MCon as Husky are now on the charge and take third place away from Monster Energy. Here's the X Insurance boat slowing down. A big shame for them. They put up a good fight early on, but not enough for a podium place in race 2. DF Young are having a storming race. They still lead. Race 1 winners 222 Offshore Australia Navy in second. After X Insurance has some issues, now Pothole Heroes breaks down. The Race 1 pole sitters are now out of the race. Race win. The team's first race win in 2023. Triple Two Offshore Australia Navy finish in second, and with that secure the 2023 UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship title. And Monster Energy MCon crossed the line in third place. It's back-to-back podiums for them. A remarkable performance from DF Young to take a hard-fought victory and the 20 points for the win. With one race to go in 2023, nobody can catch Triple Two Offshore Australia Navy, and they are crowned 2023 UIM Class 1 World Champions.
St. Pete, we are free. We are already world champions. We can do everything we want.
We can turn up and be whatever.
We do everything we need to do. So after that, if somebody else is faster than us, we can do nothing. I know that we are 100%. So if somebody is more fast, it's because they are working well or they are better in the boat. We are the champion of the world.
We picked the right setup today. We had some people from the earlier races come tell us what they thought, so we pretty much went off that, made a few adjustments what we thought. We'd been at the beach watching it all morning and watching the buoys all day, so we got the right setup today. So that's the difference in losing and winning.
The start was perfect. The boat was pulling great, and then it's survived to the end and put this Monster Energy team back on the podium back to back it's amazing. It's amazing.
I tell you what, our goal every time is to win.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's all from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. See you in St. Petersburg, Florida for the final stop of the 2023 UIM Class 1 World Championship.
You can't hear me now again.
UIM Class 1 World Championship. And he is struck from behind.
Oh, side by side, deck to deck.
It's on the pressure.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix. I am Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio in the broadcast booth. This is Class 1 qualifying. What a beautiful place St. Pete is, Matt. Tons of things to do here with the family.
Yeah, and the weather's really cleaned up a little bit.
It has,
It's cooler, it's blown out. Hurricane Idalia. Is that amazing.
What a great downtown area St. Pete is. Beautiful architecture, beautiful buildings. Matt, tons of great places to eat.
Absolutely. There's a whole row of restaurants downtown. Just right across the street from the pits.
Yep.
It's next to the Vinoy. It's loaded with places to go eat. The beaches are wonderful here.
Yep.
It might be the best venue they have.
I think so. And of course you had First Friday, which is a Friday event that the city puts on. They had a stage downtown. They had a band. Tons of things to do for the kids. They got the park. They got the beaches. Beautiful place, St. Pete. But we're going to go offshore powerboat racing next. Class 1 qualifying coming up. First, let's look at an entry list for Class 1.
Okay, you got it, Mike. We're going to start out with...
As we wait to get the entry list up for Class 1, there's a beautiful shot of the St. Pete Pier. We are just on the other side of the glass there. Here is the entry list for Class 1.
All right. In Husky Ice Spritz, we have Travis Pastrana and John Tomlinson. Monster Energy MCon.
Husky Ice Spritz, Travis Pastrana, and Steve Curtis.
Monster Energy MCon. Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle. X Insurance, Randy Kent and Grant Brueggemann. DF Young, Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller. Team DeFalco, we have Billy Moore and Tom DeFalco.
Mike Falco,
excuse me, guys, I'm blowing it. And then Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports, Carlos de Quesada and John Tomlinson. 222 Offshore Australia, your 2023 Class 1 World Champions, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella.
Of course, they wrapped up their championship 2 weeks ago in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Now, but according to Matt, to the Class 1 rules, they couldn't stay home. They had to come here and race, but they can pretty much sip some teas around the course if they needed to. They don't have to win. They have nothing to prove as they have won the 2023 Class 1 championship.
Well, and it's not as if the other teams don't have a lot to race for.
Exactly.
MCon got on the podium last week.
DF Young took a win.
DF Young took a win. Boats that had really struggled early in the season.
Yep.
Finally broke through in Sheboygan, and it was wonderful.
It was a great race. It was probably some of the best racing we've seen all season and years, as a matter of fact, everything we got to see there in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. But 222 Offshore, took the championship.
Yeah, it was special. Really good.
Class 1 qualifying, so we're going to qualify in the way that the points laid out. So up first is going to be 222, then it's going to be Husky Ice Spritz, then it's going to be DF Young. After that, there'll be our first 3 qualifiers. They will come out of the harbor there where you see now. They're going to run east to the eastern end of the course, and then they will mill. 222 will come up on a plane. They will come down, go across the start-finish line here at the St. Pete Pier, and that will start their 2-lap qualifying session. They'll run 2 laps only, no option for a 3rd lap. Fastest time will get on the pole for tomorrow's race.
That should be interesting. You know, AmCon just did a kilo run at the Lake of the Ozarks shootout on Sunday and was able to set a new mark of 145 miles an hour. And I don't remember what the change was, but I will say and change.
Yep.
Boat's fast.
Very fast. And we saw that in Sheboygan. We finally saw that boat come together. Of course, that's the first skater built for Class 1 racing here with the Mercury Racing 1100 engines. So they don't have any information to go on. They're starting from scratch. They're baking cookies with no information. They're just putting the recipe together and trying to get it to work as best they can.
Well, this is the last race of the UIM Class 1 World Championship Series. So first place is already decided. Second and third, no.
Right.
And they're important.
And Monster Energy MCon finds themselves in 4th place in the points.
They're
so they can easily get up on the podium. This has really been a race of attrition with Class 1. You've got to finish to win it, as we've seen many, many times before. So anything can change with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now. This is the Class 1 DF Young Mystic. Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller. See the Zip Zap Power sticker there on the back. Of course, they're a pretty big YouTube channel. Let's look at a recap of Class 1 in Sheboygan while we get set up for qualifying. Sorry, misunderstood my producer in my ear there. Needs to speak a little louder. He was your winner in race number 2 in Class 1, this beautiful 50-foot Mystic. Of course, this boat ran big carbureted engines prior to getting reset up for Class 1 racing. Been some changes. This is another ground zero boat, right? There's no other Mystics running in Class 1. Herb Stotler, their crew chief, is one of the best engine builders out there and a great rigger and good at setting up boats, but they had to start from the bottom.
Well, you and I talked with Rich Wyatt, the owner, driver, owner and throttleman, and Hugh Fuller, the driver, today, and they really kind of ran through their litany of issues over the past few races with Guardian right out of the gate. Just a number of mechanical issues that hit them early, but they pulled it all together in Sheboygan.
Yep.
And I have a feeling they're going to pull it together here.
And they beat the boat that's really been dominant all season long, and that's 222.
Yes.
Giovanni and Darren have not looked back.
I think just beating 222 Offshore Australia is quite a feat this year, especially.
Now, you brought up Guardian mode, so I've learned something in our 2-week vacation between Sheboygan and here. To clear Guardian mode in the Class 1 boats, all they have to do is pull back to 0 throttle.
Right.
Pull back to 0 throttle, and they can get back in it. So you used to have to turn off battery switches and reset computers, but it was actually Tyler Miller said, he said, nope, as long as I can go back, hit the throttle stops all the way back and get back into it, that should clear Guardian mode. Of course, Guardian mode meant to protect the engines if there's an overheat issue or if there's a low oil pressure issue. Any sort of things can happen to these Class 1 Mercury Racing 1100 horsepower engines.
Well, yeah, and it's a tremendous value add for the pleasure boater. The 1100 engine that goes out into a pleasure boat definitely needs to have Guardian. It'll keep you from destroying the engine. Same thing with the 500R, the 450R, the 300R. All of those outboards have it. It's frustrating to the racers at time, but it's not frustrating to you if you don't have a huge repair bill.
Let's talk about this boat. X Insurance, Randy Kent, Grant Bruggerman. This is their 3rd race. I mean, they've raced 4 times now in the boat because we raced twice in Sheboygan. But this is technically their 3rd race inside this boat. Matt, on Sunday in Sheboygan, they ran awesome.
Yeah, they were strong. Entire race, they were really strong. This is another team that finds itself in an interesting position right now.
They do.
I think they could climb up onto the podium if possible. I do. I think mathematically it's not impossible for them right now.
They will have to contend with Pothole Heroes, though.
Yes,
they want to get up in the mix of it. But again, it's been a race of attrition. Of course, there is DeFalco, the lone outer limits in the class, Mike Falco and Billy Moore.
And these guys have worked so hard to get this boat together down at Billy Moore's shop, and they've made progress. We talked to Billy today. He's looking forward to having a good race and at least a good showing.
Yep.
Of
course, Chris Hanley was the throttleman for this boat at the beginning of the season. He is out of the boat, and Billy Moore, whose father, we talk about it all the time, but his father, Bobby Moore, actually developed the throttleman position.
Yeah, he was the first.
He was the first.
And now it is standard operating procedure.
Yep.
Did Reggie Fountain do it alone? Yeah, Reggie Fountain throttled and drove
Well,
all
then,
those years.
then there's Reggie. Then there's Reggie's protege, Brian Forehand, who was basically trained at the hands of Reggie Fountain, who also does it alone.
Yeah, correct. It's got a nice New York skyline on the hull side of that boat.
Just getting an update here, Matt, from P1 and Class 1. Pothole Heroes is not going to make it out to qualifying due to technical difficulty. So if I read correctly, they will go all the way to the back then, basically, because they will not qualify today. So they will be on the very outside for tomorrow's Class 1 race here in St. Petersburg.
Oh, I know they're going to be really disappointed.
Yep.
Really disappointed about that. John Thomason was looking for some redemption. I know Carlos is eager to perform well.
And that's basically the teammate of this boat, right? That's basically the teammate of Husky Ice Spritz. Gary Stray, the crew chief for Husky Ice Spritz, also takes care of the Pothole Heroes boat. Of course, this team will work all night to get that boat going. Of course, Pothole Heroes, Matt, they had a lot of fun in Sheboygan, found a broken motor mount.
Yeah.
Went out and qualified on Friday with a broken motor mount. Basically had the engine ratchet strapped down inside the boat. They got the engine out. They got the motor mount welded, got it put back in, and raced on Sunday. They did have their issues over the weekend, though, and on Sunday they broke a rudder off the back of the boat and lost their steering.
You know, if you're on an offshore racing crew, I think being prepared to work all night
all-nighters
before
are pretty
a race
much a required
is pretty
thing.
much it's part of the job description.
I think so. I think so.
Sure looks like it anyway.
Right. And I think Gary Stray can get these motors out of these boats fairly quickly if he needs to. Let's go through the P1 Class 1 sponsors. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater for having us back in St. Petersburg one more time. Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your P1 Offshore Class 1 sponsors. As we get ready to go qualifying here for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Don't forget to swing over to the Monster Energy Pit Party later tonight, Matt.
We're going to have a good time.
I think we're going to have a good time. What time do we need to be there?
I believe we're talking about 7 o'clock,
About
right?
7 o'clock. We got some freestyle motocross going on. We've got a band over there tonight. Really going to be a great time. Sitting home and watching the race live. Either hop on a plane, hop on a hovercraft, submarine, I don't care. Boat, whatever you need to get down here to St. Petersburg and celebrate with us tonight over at the Monster Energy Pit Party.
And I can't tell you.
Think there'll be some Monster girls there?
There'll probably be some
Maybe
Monster
one or
girls.
two.
I saw a couple walking around here earlier, and I can't tell you how the weather has settled down and really become pleasant.
It's not calm, though. I mean, there's still a little bit of chop on the water, a little deceiving from our vantage point. But as we saw during the aquacross race earlier, they were getting thrown around pretty good.
Well, how about that turn we were looking at earlier? Why don't you talk about that? Walk us through that.
Well, yeah, we were watching the super stock boats test out here earlier on, and we have the Monster Energy Drink turn here right off of St. Pete Pier. And those boats were getting pretty squirrely around that turn. They were turning and kind of falling into the wave a little bit, and I was really thinking that maybe somebody might catch the rear corner, and we may have a high side incident. But it has calmed down some.
Yes.
I think that if the conditions stay like this, it'll be interesting to see what these Class 1 boats do in qualifying. I believe that will give us some insight to how the races are going to go later today. Of course, we're going to have Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5 come up for race number 2, and then we will have Super Stock, the 30-foot catamaran powered by the Mercury Racing 300 outboards.
That's going to be a wild one.
I think that's going to be a wild race. Had dinner with Reese Landheim last night.
Yes, we did.
Of course, you can go buy Jackhammer right now, a bargain deal. Of course, a proven winner. They are your points leader in Super Stock. That boat is your 2022 World Champion.
You know, I wrote a story after they listed that boat to talk to the family and to see if they were getting out of offshore racing, and they assured me they're not. So we had dinner with them last night, and we tried to find out a little bit more.
Yeah.
They weren't talking.
No, they weren't talking. No matter how much vodka. Well, no. I'm sorry. Reese
wasn't drinking.
Right, so we couldn't. We tried Sarah.
We tried Sarah, but she wasn't any help
she
either.
Wasn't helping. Not by any means. She's just mad that they sold her boat, the Miss Jackhammer.
She was really
She's
mad
very
about
disappointed.
That. That's a shame.
Looking at your 2023 Class 1 champion, that is 222 Offshore Australian Navy, Giovanni Carpatella and Darren Nicholson. They wrapped it up in Sheboygan 2 weeks ago, and they've really just run a great season, and that's really a testament to this team because they come from Italy and Australia. They come over about a week before the event starts. The boat gets pulled out of storage. They go through the whole boat. They show up. They race. They take it back to storage. They close it up, and they fly home.
I don't want to take anything away from any of the other Class 1 teams, but minus the mechanicals, and that's a big if, right?
Yeah.
They could have swept this season. They were that dominant.
Yep, they could have.
It was. But hey, like you said earlier, you've got to finish. You've got to keep the equipment together.
Yep, it's a race of attrition. And it's even a different variable now, right? These boats went out, tested this morning. Now they're going to qualify, and they're going to race tomorrow. So it's basically like 3 individual runs in the course of the weekend. Of course, tomorrow being 11 laps, 66 miles here on Tampa Bay. It's still a lot.
Well, yeah, even though we're putting in a couple laps here, and practice was probably a couple laps worth, maybe a little bit more.
Yep.
They're still going to go back into the pits.
Yep.
Tear them down, look through every single nut and bolt,
everything,
make sure
change
everything
the oil.
is perfect.
Yep. They will check everything out they need to check out. Of course, Pothole here sounds like they're going to have their work cut out as they will not be qualifying today. Carlos and Johnny with a mechanical issue. We have Travis Pastrana back in the boat this weekend with Steve Curtis.
Yeah.
Always good to have TP back racing with us. I know he's excited.
Yeah, Steve Curtis was just the subject of a recently released documentary done by Scrapyard Media and Speed on the Water. Not trying to plug it, but it's a really good video.
Oh,
so I guess I am trying to plug it.
You can shamelessly plug it all day. Speed on the Water is, of course, the official media partner of Class 1 and P1 Offshore Racing. Matt, one of the partners, my broadcast partner, one of the partners in Speed on the Water with my good buddy Jason Johnson.
Don't want to forget Jason. He's at home working hard on a story right now.
He's always working hard.
Yes, he does. He does. Sort of that's another thing comes with the job description.
And as we talked about at lunch, you're getting ready to do your year in review.
We are. We're working on the year in review issue now. It's a beast. It takes us all the way through the holidays and has a way of affecting the holidays in not the most positive way.
It's a big book.
It's
a big
book.
magazine.
A lot of pretty
That's
pictures.
your only publication, though.
That's our only print version.
Yep.
Yeah. But there are other print publications out there if that's what you're looking for.
But Speed on the Water does a great job of providing all of your information and up-to-date news. Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink for P1 Offshore Racing. We've got the Monster Energy turn here right off of the St. Pete Pier. We've got 2 of these beautiful Monster Energy drink black buoys, and you'll see those as the boats go around the turn across the finish line. The finish line propped up right between these. So we'll call it the Monster Energy finish line.
Why not?
That sounds pretty good, I think.
It's easier than the Monster Mile, which has not always been a mile.
It's not well, and it changes because it varies on the course. Still trying to get the details of the Monster Mile worked out, but of course, thanks to Monster Energy, Casey, the entire team for stepping up and sponsoring P1 Offshore and sponsoring MCON.
Regardless, what a wonderful sponsor to bring into the sport.
It is.
Monster is involved in so many high-octane motorsports. This is a perfect fit.
This just goes right with them.
Yeah.
And they hooked up with one of the most professional, best teams out there, of course, the Millers, with MCON.
They couldn't have asked for a better team. Tyler and Lindsay, the Millers. Myra Coyle is a true pro. Jake Leckleiter. I've got to remember that name. He's their crew chief. He's an incredible technician. They've got it all together. They've got all the right pieces.
And it hasn't been easy for them.
No, it's been a struggle. The boat got to them late. They had to rig it in a very short period of time just to make it to the first race, during which I think they broke immediately. And that doesn't feel good, but they got it there. They got it there for their sponsor. They got it there for their fans, and they have 1 million fans in Missouri.
They have a big following.
And Kansas.
Wathena, Kansas. MCON based out of Wathena, Kansas, of course, sponsored by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 and Class 1 Offshore Racing. All right, we're going to get to go qualifying here shortly. I believe we're going to have the X Insurance helicopter up in a little while. They will be providing footage.
You can't really see it much from the screen. It's kind of in the background a bit, but there is a pretty decent spectator fleet that's shaped up here.
Yep.
Kind of in a semicircle around the entire...
So this is an interesting shot, Matt. The black buoys, you look at the shot right here, the black little buoy that's kind of in the middle there, right next to that start-finish boat, that is the finish line. We're just to the right of your screen, and then you can see the other monster buoy is the far black buoy that encompasses our monster finish line here in St. Petersburg, Florida. We'll say the monster turn and monster finish line. It encompasses this whole area. This could be the Monster Energy Pier.
It's a monstrous event.
It is. Of course, the event put on by P1 Offshore, Michelle, Azam, Sean, Mark, Martin, the entire P1 team. Got the VIP tent right down below us. Go to p1offshore.com. You can buy your VIP tickets. Go hang out with Emily and her staff down there.
Yeah, and working with them, working with Case Productions, who's been doing all these wonderful broadcasts, it doesn't always go perfectly. We know that. We're always working to improve, but it is never for lack of attention to detail and hard work. These people really put in the hours, and they know
Salim
what
and
they're
Grace
doing.
and their entire team really do a great job with the production. Thanks to them. They also covered the shootout that took place last weekend.
Did a good job
in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
That's a long day. That's a long 2 days.
Too long 2 days, especially in the rain
or the heat.
Of course, you talked about how Monster Energy MCon ran their Class 1 boat, and Casey, the rep for Monster Energy, actually ran in the boat with the trotter, Tyler Miller, and went one.
I don't know what Casey did, but I know what the boat did in the kilo.
Okay.
The boat did 145 in the kilo, and then their Super Cat, which is it's the flip, it's MCon Monster.
Yep.
Did 140 and change in the kilo. So they had a good day.
They had a good weekend,
and I know Tyler was super excited about it all weekend.
I think so. Of course, they've got their cigarette center console out here as a patrol boat. I think Shane Sherman's out there running them.
Yeah, I was going to say, has anybody reported on the debris stuff, Michelle?
So they're checking the course right now, making sure everything is okay. We do have some debris. Of course, the hurricane came through here just a couple of days ago. Did put some trash into the water. We're also waiting for one of our helicopters to get up. That is the delay in qualifying right now. But there is air conditioning inside of these Class 1 boats. I don't think it's quite cool in there, but probably pretty comfortable for the driver and throttleman. 222 Offshore Australian Navy is going to qualify number 1. And then you'll have Husky Ice Spritz going number 2. So as they come down the course, if we bring Matt back into the booth, as they come down the course, there is a dog leg on this course. They're going to bypass the dog leg. They will come across the start line. That is when the clock will start for their qualifying. Then they will release Husky Ice Spritz on the actually what is the east end of the course, as it looks like 222 Australia Navy is coming up on plane to start their qualifying run. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, your 2023 Class 1 champions.
So remind us of the course length, Mike.
6 miles. So they're going to run 2 laps. Now you're looking east. We were looking east, watching them come up on plane. They will go through that end of the turn. They will come down. There is the dog leg, but they're going to bypass that. They will come down and enter the Monster Energy turn, cross the Monster finish line, and that will start the clock on qualifying here in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And there is the X Insurance helicopter. So Parker Lindsay's up there shooting footage for us today. Thanks to X Insurance for providing that wonderful footage. And let's see what they can do in qualifying. Matt, I would tend to think that Darren and Giovanni want to go out on top.
I think
even
they're
though
gonna
they're the
let it
champions, I think they're gonna let her eat. They've got nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think Darren is quietly competitive, and Giovanni is less quietly competitive.
Less quiet competitive, yes.
Definitely aggressive. They want to finish strong.
But there are a lot of other teams that probably want to go out with a win here for the 2023 Class 1 season. And right now, I would give the race to pretty much anybody. With what we saw in Sheboygan,
I have to agree with you. You know, I don't know that there's a favorite.
I mean, I think there's a good chance that 222 could win, but I don't think there's any given boat that could not win at this point.
I agree with you.
I think everybody's done their homework. They're getting these boats to improve. A lot of bugs getting worked out again. A lot of first-time boats trying to run here in Class 1, but everybody seems to be improving week in and week out.
Well, should we do picks before qualifying, or should we do picks tomorrow?
Well, we could do picks for qualifying. I mean, let's think about who qualifies number 1. I'll go to you first.
I'm gonna go with DF Young.
I mean, there's only 2 of us. So I don't know how it's going to be more than 2. But
well, you know, it's a higher stakes bet.
This is true.
I'm gonna go with DF Young. I really enjoyed talking to Hugh and Rich today, and they think they have it dialed. They think they have the bugs worked out completely.
And
so
they
let's
came
see
off
if they're
a
right.
big confidence boost in Sheboygan, taking that win. As you see, 222 Offshore Australian Navy. They bypass that dog leg, and they will start to head into the corner. And there they go. They set it down into the corner. They will pass buoy number 1 of the Monster Energy turn, cross that finish line, and start the clock on qualifying.
Oh, they're coming in hot, too.
They are. I mean, they're going to be, I think, pretty much as fast as they can go. And here we go. We're qualifying here in St. Pete as Husky Ice Spritz will be getting on a plane. What a shot there. That is St. Pete in the background. Beautiful skyline. Here goes 222 qualifying first here on Tampa Bay. They go through this big sweeping turn, and then they run east for just about 3 miles.
Mike, is there a part of this course that you would, as a former racer, say is particularly tricky, difficult,
It's a deep dog leg here. It's a dog leg where you're really going to scrub off some speed coming out of the turn and then coming back into it. It's a little bit deeper than most of the dog legs we've seen all season. So I kind of think that's going to be it. You're going to have a trailing sea coming at the dog leg, and you're going to be running into the wind as you run east. Pretty much just a direct easterly breeze right now as 222 Offshore, about a half a lap down. They'll start to turn right on the east end of this course. Husky Ice Spritz up on a plane. Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis. I think they're going to be my pick today, Matt. I talked to Steve at length this morning after the Class 1 drivers meeting, and he talked about they just haven't had the season that they've wanted. They've been plagued with mechanical things. He said, Mike, we went to 3 different races and tried 3 different setup things, and we took steps backwards, and that's not what we planned on doing. So he said, we had to reset, regroup, and I think Travis and Steve have something to prove today. Of course, Travis, this is his first time in this boat since a year ago as he raced in St. Pete 1 year ago with Steve Curtis.
That's right. He in Sarasota, he raced with John Tomlinson in Pothole Heroes.
Exactly.
Steve is not used to having 3 bad races in a row.
Yeah, that's not his
style.
Right.
And so I've mentioned people with something to prove. I would say number 1 in this entire weekend in St. Pete, Steve Curtis.
Got some white caps out there. This is the far east end of the course. 222 Offshore Australian Navy comes out of the turn. Now they're headed back to the dogleg. This is what I was talking about, a really deep, long dogleg, and then they will jog back out to the left and set up for this Monster Energy turn. There's the dogleg yellow buoy there. Darren sets it into the corner. Slight left turn, and then they will come back to turn right. Husky Ice Spritz has crossed the start line. They have begun their qualifying run as 222 comes around to complete lap number 1 of 2 in qualifying. There will only be 2 boats on the course at a time, so this is all we're going to see. And as soon as 222 pulls off, depending on where Husky Ice Spritz is, they will start boat number 3, and that will be Monster Energy MCon qualifying number 3 today at the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Much tighter that time, Matt. Much tighter coming into this turn.
Yeah, 222 is just scorching it. They're going into their second lap. Right.
Let's see how tight they go off. They're going to pass that Monster Energy buoy. There it is.
Losing almost no speed.
Nope.
I think they're lifting it all.
A wide line through the exit of this turn. You should see the orange buoy. There it is. Now they will head straight back east into the breeze as Husky Ice Spritz rounds the easterly end of this course. They are qualifying as well. 222 Offshore Australian Navy on their second lap. Let's see what they ran for their first lap as we get timing and scoring up. A 2:51.
I'm going to say that's fast.
I'm going to say I don't have anything to base it on.
On a 6-mile course.
If I was good at math, I'd figure out that speed, but I can't do that.
I'm not going to pull up my phone to grab my calculator, but that's fast.
A 2:51.
Watch it.
The first lap for 222 Australian Navy. Husky Ice Spritz exit the easterly turn. They head towards the dogleg as 222 Australian Navy heads into the easterly turn. There's DF Young waiting to qualify. I'm sorry, they will actually qualify next. I apologize. It's not Monster Energy MCon. Husky Ice Spritz in the middle of the dogleg will get ready to turn back left as 222 Australian Navy halfway through that easterly turn on lap number 2 of qualifying. A 2:51 on their first lap. Let's see if they can improve on the second lap. Of course, they set the bench. There's an advantage to going first and there's a disadvantage going to first.
Yeah, there is.
Right?
For sure.
If you didn't run what you thought you could run the best, you're in trouble because you don't know what anybody else is going to do. And they are really trying to hold that boat to the turn. Didn't quite set. It kind of wobbled a little bit around the turn there.
And I was just about to comment on what a beautiful trim angle they had.
It's beautiful. It's running great. They just didn't lift. They wanted to carry as much speed through that corner as they could. Of course, driving a rudder boat is completely different than driving a number 6 boat. The rudder boat actually turns better because of the skeg in the water and able to deflect the water going around the turn. Back to the left now they go. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, your 2023 Class 1 champions. 2:52.3 for Husky Ice Spritz. Matt, 1/8 of a second off the first lap by 222. 222 exits the dogleg. They will come down to the Monster Energy turn one more time and wrap up qualifying A 252 and a 251 separating 1 and 2 right now. Let's see if 222 can pick up some speed. Husky Ice Spritz heads east. 222 comes around the Monster Energy buoy one more time. They're going to cross the finish line. Let's see if they can beat a 251, 524. There they go. Wide line there.
Wow.
What a beautiful run. Beautiful livery on that boat. Now it looks like a 251.6. Let's see if that is accurate. As 222 Offshore Australian Navy concludes Class 1 qualifying. Husky Ice Spritz now on their second lap. A 252 on their first lap. Let's see if they can improve on that. Matt, this is the tightest qualifying we've seen all season long between 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's kind of following the same storyline as Sheboygan in a way. Not the qualifying per se, but the closeness of the competition.
Yep. 251.6 was their second lap, it looks like, for 222 Offshore Australia Navy as they will head back to the pits. This is Husky Ice Spritz, Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis, D.F. Young. They should be firing up their engines here shortly and getting up on a plane as they will be the third boat to qualify. Then it'll be Monster Energy MCon. Pothole Heroes out with a mechanical issue, so they will move all the way to the outside for tomorrow's Class 1 race. Attitude of Husky Ice Spritz looks really good though, Matt.
Clean, level.
Yep.
Not kiting.
251.6 for 222 Offshore Australian Navy. Let's see if Husky Ice Spritz, they were only 0.8 of a second off after their first lap. Let's see if they can catch up.
Did you notice the way Travis drifted it through that turn?
He did. They carried a lot of speed through that turn.
That was lovely.
That's an testament to Travis and how he can drive. He hasn't run this boat all year. They went out and practiced briefly this morning. Of course, they're going to come now into the westerly turn and get ready to pass the Monster Energy buoy and the Monster Energy turn one more time. This will wrap up lap number 2 for qualifying Husky Ice Spritz. They were a 251.3 on their first lap, or 252.3 rather. Let's see if they can speed it up on their second lap. Now, Matt, looking at our screen, it did put Husky Ice Spritz in number 1, a 247.7. Wow. That is 4 seconds faster than their first lap. So it's a 247 for Husky Ice Spritz and a 251 for 222 Offshore Australian Navy. Here is D.F. Young, the 50-foot Mystic, Hugh Fuller, Rich Wyatt, getting ready to start their qualifying.
You know, it looked like Husky Ice Spritz carried a little more speed into the finish.
I think they did.
And to me, it looked like, and this is just observational. I don't have any anything to go on.
Hard data. You don't have any hard data.
It looked like 222 Offshore Australia kind of backed off a little bit before the final buoy, and I don't know if that's correct or not.
No, it's just, like you said, it's just perception. It's just what we're seeing. I do think that Husky Ice Spritz carried a lot more speed. Oh, we got a dolphin right out on the course, right out in front of the St. Pete here. D.F. Young gets ready to begin their qualifying run. 50-foot Mystic, beautiful boat.
The boat has always been so striking, impossible to miss on the course. John Kosker designed a beautiful hull.
Of course, Mystic had a great weekend last weekend in Lake of the Ozarks as American Ethanol went 214 on the first day.
That was incredible.
And they suffered mechanical issues on a 3/4 mile course.
Yeah, they ran another lap. Or, they made another pass, and it wasn't fast. They were having issues, and they put it in the barn at 214, which is
a good number.
I talked to John Kosker. He didn't expect that at all. He was hoping for 205.
That's only about 10 miles an hour off of what My Way did it, which was 224
on a full mile course.
Here comes D.F. Young. They went out real wide into this first turn. They're going to try and carry a lot of speed. There they go. Now they turn. They set it down into the corner. They enter the Monster Energy turn. They're going to start. They're going to cross the start line and begin their qualifying. Right now, Husky Ice Spritz at 247 qualified in the first position. And there they go. D.F. Young on the course.
Took a little bit of a hop coming in there, but they got it settled right back down.
Yep. Monster Energy MCon should be on the east end of the course, getting ready to start their qualifying lap.
Now, this is a boat that our co-broadcaster is not here this weekend. Mark Granite has had some experience in as well.
He has.
We're going to give a shout out to Mark. We miss you, buddy. Wish you were here.
Well, this boat actually debuted in Class 1 last year. Remember, they were allowing boats with alternate engine power to run in Class 1 before everybody had to change over to the Mercury Racing engine. So Mark actually drove it here a year ago.
He did.
So a 247 for Husky Ice Spritz, a 251 for 222 Offshore Australian Navy. DF Young on their first lap of qualifying. Here is the Beast. And they're going to unleash the Beast here in qualifying. Monster Energy MCon. Now they'll bypass the dogleg, Matt. As you can see, they don't turn back harder to the right. They're going to come straight down. And that really actually allows the boats to separate, because I think if they did the dogleg, you'd see the boats kind of jump up on each other. So they're getting clear water.
No, there's plenty of separation between the boats. Running them the way they're running them here.
There is 222 Offshore Australian Navy, currently sitting second in qualifying. Let's see what the 06 Skater hull can do. A lot of figuring out to do for this team, but they were able to get on the podium for the first time in Sheboygan 2 weeks ago. Of course, Myrick, Coyle, Tyler Miller both had busy weekends at the shootout.
They did.
And Myrick, well, they both have busy weekends here. Myrick going to pull triple duty as he runs the super stock boat for Performance Boat Center, fast diesel fuel systems. Here comes that monster boat, going by that monster buoy, coming across the start line. This will begin their qualifying lap. Great shot of that boat. And there the clock begins for Monster Energy MCon, boat number 06. DF Young goes into the dogleg for the first time. They will come out, turn back to the right, and head down towards St. Pete Pier. Let's see what they can do for qualifying. Matt, the boat looks good. Looks like it's got some good speed, carrying well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not scrubbing much. It's going right through the turns, tight to the buoys, but not so tight that it's scrubbing a whole bunch.
Yep, and this is the largest boat in the class. The 50-foot Mystic, boat number 17, but a beautiful profile. Always loved just the deck, just the tooling. As you said, John Kosker did such a great job with this boat. Matt, let's see how they run this line into this corner. They went out real wide before. They're going to come in, probably I'd call that about a middle line, and they're going to see that Monster Energy buoy come up next. They're going to run that real tight, straighten the boat up, and carry a good amount of speed.
And now he's got it pinned.
Yep. Tell you what, though, they're getting some big hops on this course down here towards us.
It's exactly what we noticed earlier.
They did almost in the exact same spot. Look at this shot here. You should see them come into the screen. There they are. The 50-foot Mystic goes through. Let's see what they did on their first qualifying lap. A 9:55. Well, that's interesting.
There you go.
Well, that's the difference. I mean, that's showing you the difference. So a 9:55. We're not going to check with timing and scoring to double check that one. Monster Energy MCon, boat number 6. They are currently amidst their first lap of qualifying. Pothole Heroes is out, so it should be X Insurance, the lone MTI in the class. Matt, there is a lot of diversity amongst manufacturers in Class 1 racing.
Yeah, it's great. We've got Victory hulls. We've got MTI.
Outer Limits.
We've got an Outer Limits and
a Skater. Of course, the MTI of X Insurance is the former Abu Dhabi boat, a former world champion in Class 1 racing.
But this is the only the boat we're looking at right now. Monster MCon is the only new Class 1 boat in the fleet right now.
Yep.
It is less than a year old. How old is everything else? 10?
Got to be at least 10.
Yeah,
at
youngest.
Least. Yeah.
And what is that? DF Young, perhaps, or maybe the MTI?
Maybe the MTI. I think the MTI.
That was 2014.
I'm not sure about the Victory hulls because they've kind of changed hands a little bit. You know, some of them were the Spirit of Qatar boats over the years. But here comes boat number 06, Monster Energy MCon.
Looks great.
They've come through the dogleg, got the X Insurance helicopter in tow. Here they go into the corner. Myrick sets it into the corner. They turn. Boat digs. Don't scrub much speed. They'll lose it. We'll lose sight next to the Monster Energy buoy, and there it goes as they cross the finish line. Let's see what they do on their first lap. A 2:47. Right now, your number 1 qualifying time. What a shot there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Monster Energy MCon takes second place away from 222 Offshore Australian Navy. A 2:52.
Look at that.
Wow. So did we carry some confidence away from Sheboygan, you think?
Yeah, I think we did.
I think just a little bit.
That's great for Tyler and Myrick. They've definitely earned it. But everybody out here is earning it. I don't want to disrespect anybody anybody's effort.
Now, the only thing that I see that's kind of weird is I don't know why Offshore Australia's time changed the way that it did. See, now we look at a 2:47. It bumped them all the way back down to 4. The 2:56 now for timing and scoring for DF Young in their first lap. That's a good first lap. I think we have some timing errors here, so we'll get
to it.
Accurate information as we can. But right now we know that Husky Ice Spritz is the fastest. Beautiful shot of that 50-foot Mystic. They wrap up their second qualifying lap. Now it's saying a 2:55, so that would secure third place for them. But see, the difference for Australian Navy looks like it's the time that they actually ran.
Right now it's a bit confusing on the screen. We'll get there.
Here's the Monster Energy MCON boat number 06. They are on their second lap of qualifying. Of course, qualifying will determine the pole position for tomorrow's Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Come wide to that turn. They will jog back into the dogleg. Good turn there, Matt.
Beautiful.
Really drifted the boat out nicely.
Yep, but then just cooked it right back up, and they're accelerating hard.
And it's a completely different experience throttling these Mercury Racing 1100 engines as their twin turbos, so they make their power at the top of their RPM range, not necessarily at the bottom or through the middle. And you talk to all the throttlemen about how different it is to run these boats. Beautiful dogleg, turn back to the left now.
Perfect.
Yep. Textbook, as some would say.
Textbook. There you go.
As they come down towards St. Pete Pier to finish lap number 2. So up next, it should be X Insurance, and I look up away from our screen for just a second. I see the green MTI X Insurance getting up on a plane. So Randy and Grant will start their qualifying. Here come Tyler and Myrick one more time past the Monster Energy buoy. Let's see what they do on lap number 2. Beautiful turn. Really liked how they carried the speed through there. Look, Matt, no hop from the skater on this straightaway. Oh, a little bit right there. There they go. Let's see what Monster Energy MCON can do on the second lap. They are currently sitting in second place. Looks like they ran a 2:52.1. So I think they're going to hold on to second place, Matt. As it looks like DF Young holds on to third. But again, we think there's a discrepancy right now with 2:22 Offshore Australian Navy.
They improved their time with a 2:52.1.
They did. 100% they did. This is how tight qualifying was meant to be.
Yeah.
You know, when Class 1 UIM and P1 all brought it out, this is what they wanted it to be. They wanted it to be a true race, if you would, to get these boats to run for tomorrow's race. So this is X Insurance. Randy Kent, Grant Bruggerman. Beautiful livery on that boat. They bypass the dogleg and they will head down into the turn to start their qualifying run. And DeFalco should be getting up on a plane shortly after this. Not sure what X Insurance did there. They're turning kind of in a weird way. Like they kind of went down and did the dogleg a little bit on their own. They're out way wide. Maybe a little bit of a slingshot move. There are no technically rules to starting qualifying. You just have to cross the finish line to start the clock.
Correct.
So they're going to go out really wide, Matt. Look how wide X Insurance is.
So he's going to have to either turn and get back up to speed again. He's going to have to
turn quick. I mean, he's real deep. Now that boat handles completely different. This is a rudder boat with fixed number 6 drives. And here goes X Insurance past that Monster Energy buoy to start qualifying for the St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix. There they go. Such a cool boat, though. I am an MTI fan.
Got those MTI hips. That's how you spot them. Right at the transom.
I'm not gonna even acknowledge that.
Well, you have to acknowledge that. Look at hips.
Hips. I feel you. There is the lone Outer Limits Mike Falco and Billy Moore in the Outer Limits boat. I believe Steve Curtis had a hand in designing that boat.
No, he did not.
He did not. Okay.
He did not. Actually, we talked about that today. We also talked to Darren Nicholson. It was at the last race about qualifying, and I thought, how important is it, the lane? And his response was very.
Matt, let's draw our attention back to our screen now, though. So I think we've gotten the qualifying thing figured out. Right now, it's Husky Ice Spritz with a 2:47, 2:22 Offshore Australian Navy with a 2:51, Monster Energy MCON with a 2:52, and DF Young with a 2:55.
It's tight. So
that's
close.
incredible for qualifying.
It is great. It's wonderful.
Let's see what X Insurance and DeFalco can do. I don't really know. Here comes DeFalco. They're going to set the boat into the turn. Here comes DeFalco into the corner.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, they're going to have to chop the... Oh, DeFalco has to chop the throttle.
You couldn't see it in your screen, but a boat straight onto the course.
There it is, just to the left of your screen.
We're not sure what happened there, why that boat did that, but that definitely is going to have to be a do-over for DeFalco.
Yeah, I think DeFalco is going to have to get a restart on their qualifying lap. You have to carry the speed through the start in qualifying. If you don't do it, you will not get the speed up that you need to be able to run, as it looked like some sort of a inflatable that's going out to our start-finish boat. There it is right there, ran across the course.
He had to chop
I was
the
a little worried there for a minute because it's very hard to see out of a canopied boat, and you're not really looking that closely in front of you. But I'm sure glad Mike and Billy saw it.
Well, first off, the best thing is that nobody got hurt.
Yep.
That's what matters most. But, I mean, that was exactly where he wanted to be on the throttle as much as he could, and he had to back all the way down.
All right, X Insurance is completing their second lap. Let's see what they ran on their first lap. Didn't register a time. So let's see what happened there. Currently, Husky Ice Spritz in first. 222 Offshore Australian Navy in second. Monster Energy MCon in third. DF Young in fourth. X Insurance on the course now. As they come around the turn, Matt, they're in tight now.
Yeah, they look wonderful.
Johnny Tomlinson saying this is one of the best turning boats he's ever run with the rudders and the fixed number 6 drives.
Well, he won a Class 1 World Championship in it.
With Gary Ballou at the wheel.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what they run on their first lap. Great shot there. So X Insurance runs a 2:55.6. Look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous to see those times.
Super tight.
And it's nice to see everybody this consistent. That means they're kind of getting to where they want to be with their setups. They're getting the boats figured out. A 2:55.6 for X Insurance on their first lap. DeFalco, we will wait for word from race control if this will start their qualifying lap this time by. Matt, they are not turning back into the dogleg. It looks like they are going to carry straight. Oh, nope, maybe mistaken there. They do turn back into the dogleg, but that doesn't mean they can't start their qualifying run this time by. They'll have the speed.
Yeah. They were on their first lap, correct?
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were starting qualifying when that happened, and he was all the way out of the throttles. It'd be interesting to see what Billy was saying inside of the boat. They're two very different personalities in this boat. Mike Falco from New York, Billy from North Carolina.
I don't know Mike Falco as well as I know Billy Moore, but I'm sure the language got colorful inside the boat.
Probably a good offset in there, though, between the two personalities.
There's some saltiness in there.
Oh, now DeFalco is slowing.
Dramatically. Something's up.
So we have something going on with DeFalco. X Insurance is currently running in their qualifying lap, but as I look up off of our screen, I think X Insurance has slowed on the east end of the course. There goes DeFalco. They are back up on plane now. Maybe waiting to get confirmation that this will start their qualifying run.
Probably that. Don't want to speculate, but probably so.
And they went tighter to that buoy than what I thought they would. I thought they'd maybe go out a little bit wider, try and get some speed up. I do not see X Insurance running as I look up from our screen. There goes DeFalco. This will start their qualifying run. Beautiful outer limits boat. Oh, they're slowing again, Matt.
I think they're turning in.
Yeah, I think they are too. I think they might have gone in Guardian mode back there, and he had to chop those throttles back to 0. As a tough day for DeFalco.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate.
There is some debris in the water. I mean, I have seen some seaweed floating towards the pier. You know, they do have sea strainers that really shouldn't create that much of an issue, but X Insurance is down off a plane. They are running back towards the pier.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they are done also, not completing 2 laps in qualifying. On the pole, it's going to be Husky Ice Spritz. In second, it's going to be 222 Offshore Australian Navy. Third is going to be boat number 06, Monster Energy MCon. Fourth, DF Young. As it stands right now, X Insurance would be in 5th, DeFalco in 6th, and Pothole Heroes in 7th, as they did not make it out for qualifying. let's hope the Mercury Racing technicians, Matt, don't have too many issues to work through tonight. And by the way, I picked qualifying.
Yes, she did.
Husky Ice Spritz. I knew Steve and Travis had something to prove, and they went out there and did it. The boat did look great.
I didn't do as well, but given how tight the spread is, I'm feeling pretty good about it.
I wouldn't be disappointed with DF Young right now. Sounds like we're down in the pits with Travis and Steve.
Man, so excited. Not sure exactly how that time did. I think we were sitting first last time I checked, but Steve absolutely nailed it. Husky Chocolate nailed the setup. We knew we had a good setup from last year. This is definitely my favorite course. It's super technical, a little rougher today than we were expecting coming in, and man, it was sketchy as can be, but super excited to be back here running the number 1 plate. I know 222 got the World Championship this year, but hopefully we'll be able to give them a run for their money out there tomorrow.
The ever colorful Travis Pastrana, of course, just inducted into the AMA Motorcycle Hall of Fame. So congratulations to Travis for that accolade as he qualified number 1 with Throttleman Steve Curtis in Class 1. X Insurance also coming back in slow. So Grant and Randy and Gene and team are going to have to figure out what's going to go on with this MTI hull. So we are going to wrap up Class 1 qualifying. Up next, it's going to be race number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5. Some of the most exciting racing out here.
Here we go.
After that, it will be Super Stock coming up after that. I am Mike Iwaski for Matt Trulio. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back with race number 1 right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Go time, baby. Woo!
John Jones is back.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. We just wrapped up Class 1 qualifying, and we are going to get ready to go offshore racing. We have about an hour to get both of these races in with the United States Coast Guard. So
we're going to be tight.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight. Race 1 will be Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5. Let's go down to Tyler Miller, your Class 1 driver.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tyler Miller, Monster Energy, MCon Racing. We just finished up our time trials here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Monster Energy Grand Prix. Boat ran great. Looks like we're a couple seconds off the P1 leader, which is Husky Spirits. Hats off to those guys. Looks like triple twos in second. We're coming in third right now. So, a couple seconds separates us from P1. And I knew when we were running that there was a couple spots I could have made up a second. But I'll go back and read some data and maybe make a few little modifications to our setup tomorrow. Come back and put this Monster Energy boat out front. That's what we're at. That's what we're after. And bring it home tomorrow, first place.
Matt, confidence coming from Sheboygan with that Monster Energy MCon team.
Yeah, Tyler's got confidence, but he also has a great deal of humility, and it's fun to be around him. He's a positive person. He brings the entire team together.
He does.
Always.
110%. Of course, a great team for that Monster Energy MCon. Of course, they will pull triple duty and run their MCon Monster Energy Super Cat tomorrow in the very stacked Super Cat class. But right now, we are going to go Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5 racing here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. The boats will come out of the pits here shortly.
You know what? And it's going to be bumpier for them.
I think so. And no parade lap for these boats, so they're going to go right to the mill. In fact, they actually said in the driver's meeting they won't even mill. If they can get them lined up by the time they get them to the easterly end of the course and around that turn, they will drop them as soon as they can on that backside and run back towards St. Pete Pier.
Yeah, that was the plan, and it will save some time rather than turning around having to do it again.
Yep.
It's milling is if you didn't know this for viewers out there, it's where all the boats get together. They get in a circle, and then they get in the same direction. They try to get even, and then they come on plane.
Ideally, what you do is mill around your pace boat. The pace boat should technically be in the middle of your mill, and you're just watching them for the direction of which you're about to go. But milling takes time. Time is not on our side right now, so we're probably going to go without a mill for Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5. Class 5 will be in the first start. Class 6 and Class 7 will be in the second start, and then we have 1X class, or Class 3X rather. That is Scratch and Sniff. That will be running with this group as well. Of course, Class 7, the 20 to 22 foot single engine V-bottom boats powered by mostly Mercury Racing engines. Limited to a speed of 60 miles per hour. Class 6 limited to 70 miles an hour. And Class 5 limited to 80 miles per hour rather. Only two boats in Class 6. Of course, two boats that I actually raced, just like we talked about in Sarasota. I raced both of these boats that run Class 6 here.
That's right, you have.
Boat number 703 is going to be the These Nuts. Ronaldo Maldonado and Ricardo Maldonado on board. We got Statement Marine, boat number 747, Nick Boos and Owen Boos. Boat number 759, Statement Marine. That's going to have Dalton Palestra and Jerry Hartman. Got boat number 742, Safe Cash. That's got Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin. Boat 720, X Insurance, Golf and Gator, Cameron Turk, Robert Bryant. And boat number 700, Punisher, Greg Blutter and Bo Pirtle. In Class 700. Class 6, you're going to have Freebird. Boat number 644, you're going to have Reef Delanos and Ryan Stallman. Boat number 651, Ivy Racing These Nuts HMY Yachts, George Ivy and Damian Murata in that entry. And then Class 5, you have boat number 507, 7 powerboats, Alex Cruz and Arthur Cruz. Boat number 517, Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, Elijah Kingery and Eric Ullman on that board. You have boat 562 On Edge, Bill Quinn and Harold Castle. Making their return are the Daceys. Boat number 540, Pump It, Mike Dacey and Joey Dacey. Boat number 528, Hammerhead, Dennis Austin and Don Jackson. Boat number 522, Rum Runners, Mikey McLaughlin and Fran Villatalo Jr. And boat number 524, Matt, we've had a change in boat 524.
We have.
Oh, okay. Thought that's what you were looking at your phone. I apologize about that. Boat number 524 is now A game. It's going to have Jeremy Bison as a driver, Greg DiRezenzo as throttles, and Gregory DiRenzo as the navigator. That's the lone outboard. Well, nope, that's the second outboard powered boat in Class 5. Then we have boat number 501, X Insurance Golf and Gator, J.J. Turk, Michael Stancombe. Boat number 549, Team Farnsworth, Chris Uzi making his return to Offshore Powerboat Racing with Rob O'Connell. And then boat number 577, Yabba Dabba Doo, Larry James and J.D. Vines round out Class 5. As they come down in front of St. Pete Pier, they will get hooked up with their pace boat. They will line up in their respective classes, and they will get ready to go racing.
You know, while we're waiting for them to get going, there's been a lot of talk around the pits, and I unfortunately we have to kind of announce some hard news. Greg Rosen.
Matt, I hate to interrupt you, but let's go down to, I believe it's Rich Wyatt with DF Young.
Hi, I'm Hugh Fuller with DF Young Class 1 Racing, number 17. We went a lot faster this morning in our testing than we did in qualifying then. We had some engine issues again, and we put it out, and we can get our temperatures down some faster tomorrow. We did so this morning, this afternoon.
All right, we are back live, getting ready to start Class 5, 6, and 7 here for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. There is the Force 10 pace boat with that yellow flag up. They will get these boats up on a plane and head east. And as I said, they will not take them in a mill. They will try and start them. Class 5 will be in our first start. Class 6 and 7. And I'm sorry, I did not announce X69 Scratch and Sniff. They're the lone Class 3 X boat. That's Michael Chandler and Austin Blocker.
Interesting.
So Force 10 tries to get the Class 5 boats to line up. That is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, the Warlock. Of course, Class 5, an ultra-competitive class. But J.J. Turk and Michael Stancombe are the team that has it figured out. They're boat number 501. They are your defending national champions. Of course, J.J. Turk from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Helps put on Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Class 5 is going to run 7 laps for 42 miles. Class 6 will run 7 laps for 42 miles. And Class 7 will run 4 laps for 24 miles in this first race of the day. Couple Phantoms in here, Matt. Couple Warlocks in here. Couple Panteras in here. Pretty diverse group of boats here in Class 5.
Yeah, even more so than the Class 1 boats. We had four different brands in there.
Yep.
We've got a lot more than 4 here.
Lot different here, but of course bracket class racing is so much different, right? You can basically the boat could go as fast as you want it to go, but you're limited to your speed, and that is monitored by GPS. So while the teams can be looking at, for example, in X Insurance Golf and Gator, the orange and gray Phantom hull, Michael Stancombe looks at a big iPad with the speed right directly in front of him, and that's what the throttle man is watching in bracket class racing. They are watching that speed. They cannot break out of their speed bracket or they are bumped back to last place. So it makes it harder on the boats running in second and third and fourth because you know you've run a great race, you've done everything you can, but you just can't go catch them. You've got to stay there and run that race. As we just get one more statement. That is boat 742.
Well, and if you're right near the edge.
742 is actually called Safe Cash.
Safe Cap.
But it does say statement on the side of it. And it's painted just like the other 2 statement boats.
If you're right near the edge of your speed limit and all of a sudden the water gets flat or conditions lay down, all of a sudden you're over. You're faster.
Well, you can spike.
That's what I wanted to get back to.
It can spike.
How long can you spike?
Okay, I'm not even going to tell you.
It's a few seconds.
Yeah, I've been wrong and I've been corrected and I don't remember, so I'm not going to tell you. But you can, they take that into consideration. But it's actually mainly meant for a spike in the GPS coverage, because you could lose a momentary lapse of coverage for GPS signal, and that could have an effect on your speed. That's what it takes more into account. It's very difficult. We race in places like St. Clair, Michigan, where there's a 7-mile-an-hour downriver current. You pick up that 7 miles an hour when you go around that turn. You have to think about that as you come around. There is A game. There is 7 powerboats. There is 562, although I didn't see 562 on our entry list. Oh, yep, I did. That's On Edge, Bill Quinn, Harold Castle. That's a Phantom. So 3 Phantom hulls out here in Class 5. There's X Insurance. There is A Game. There is Pumpin'. There is Rum Runners. course, Rum Runners used to be a Class 6 boat. Mikey and Fran dominated Class 6, so they decided to come up to Class 5. It's always difficult to take a boat that you're really running in one bracket and going to the next bracket above because it really changes it. We raced maxed out in Key West, and we were a Class 6 boat in OPA, and we went to run SPI, and we stepped up to Class 5. In our first race, we blew the water pump apart because the boat just wasn't set up to go that fast. As they try and get these boats to line up, we did not get start positions for these races, so I apologize. I can't announce who is going to be where. But they are trying to line up to get this race underway. We are under a time crunch, so I think Race Control is going to say, hey guys, get it together. We've got to get this race started. As there is the 7 powerboats. That's a 28 Pantera, twin Mercury 300 XS motors on the back of it. The Cruises on board that. A-game, Yabba Dabba Doo. So I think they're kind of in their starting order right now. Not really sure what they're waiting for. I still see the Force 10 pace boat. That's just to the right-hand side of your screen. No mill here, no parade lap. As soon as they can get these boats moving, they will get them up on a plane. Matt, this looks to me to be something like maybe a manatee or something out here on the course.
We had a dolphin earlier,
but normally you see a
issue.
Helicopter hovering over top of where you might see.
Yeah, you would have wildlife looking at it.
Right, you'd have wildlife taking what's going on. Maybe they're trying to get a boat together. As now everybody has stopped. There is the A-game entry, the other outboard powered boat in Class 5. Of course, a new livery for that boat, normally known as Sweat Equity Motorsports. Now they are A-game. There's the Force 10 pace boat, so they're still sitting there with their yellow flag. They're making progress slowly but surely. That is a Manta hull, Matt, powered by the 300 XS Mercury Racing engines. Yep. Now everybody looks like they're moving forward, trying to get this race going. We'll have classes 6 and 7 right behind them. Only 2 boats in Class 6, so they decided to start them with Class 7. There we go. Now we start to see some movement forward. Great drone shot there showing you how they're supposed to line up. Now they have to get together with each other. They've got to kind of get up, come up in a line. The starter on board that Force 10 boat will want them to line up before he releases them. They are headed east now. They will go towards the easterly end of this course, turn, and run back down. Now, on the start of all of our races, Matt, they do not do the dogleg. They bypass the dogleg into their first turn, and they have to maintain their lane through this entire first turn. There's 2 orange buoys and 2 Monster Energy buoys that they have to go around. And if you're in lane 1, if you're in that pole position, you have to maintain that pole position the whole way around.
And I think they avoid the dogleg, as a safety measure.
Yeah, because everybody's so tight together, it's just going to bunch them up even more. So they want these boats to kind of get some separation.
All right. They're picking up a little bit of speed now.
Yep. As we get ready to go racing in Class 5. This is race number 1. We're supposed to have Super Stock up next, but we're going to be right up against, so this is a Coast Guard permitted event, and we only have the permit till an allotted amount of time without an extension. So I'm sure Race Control is going to be working with the Coast Guard now to try and get that Super Stock race in. Tomorrow's a pretty packed schedule as well. We've got one more Aquacross race, and then we've got Class 1 Super Cat, 450 factory stock, Mod V, Class 4.
I think
VX. We got 3 VX boats here this weekend, so we got a lot of racing to get in tomorrow.
I think they're going to get stock in today, Super Stock, but if they don't, they had another race on the schedule.
They did. They did have a bracket.
Cushion.
Yep.
So it is possible if for some reason we don't get the Super Stock race off today, we'll get it tomorrow.
Yep. This is a good lineup for Class 5.
Nobody wants that, but
got to be 75 feet behind that pace boat.
Looks good.
There is one boat kind of a little bit further back there. They need to kind of get up in the mix. It is interesting they're not getting them up on plane, though. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 boats in Class 5. That look like 10 boats?
It looks
pretty good.
Yeah, it actually does.
Thought maybe they were waiting for somebody, but I don't think they are.
It's a little hard to pick them out of the gray.
Of course, then the Class 6 and Class 7 boats, those are the little dots, the little specks just to the upper left-hand side of your screen, right below the P1 Offshore live stream logo. So Force 10 bringing these Class 5 boats east. They are about halfway down that straightaway right now.
Now from that angle, they look perfectly lined up.
Yep, that's Class 7.
Super deceptive.
So those are the 2 Class 6 boats to the inside and then the Class 7 boats to the outside. Now it looks like we're going to get some speed underneath of us. Get up on plane. Plane is when the boat gets up on top of the water and the hull starts working as it's designed to lift the boat across the top of the water. That's what on plane means. And here we go. We're going to go racing bracket style here in St. Pete. The Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Still under yellow flag for Class 5. He will not release them probably until the backside of this course because this is supposed to be the first turn, this westerly turn right here towards St. Pete Pier. Great shot there, though, of that Class 5 fleet. Just behind them, I can see Classes 6 and 7 coming up on plane. As the Force 10 pace boat now heads down, or out rather, towards the east end of this course, they will turn and run back. Now there is the start buoy that is applicable to Class 1. They basically have to be started. That doesn't really apply to these classes, though. They just have to be in line to the point where the starter is happy with their positions before they will release them and give them a green flag. Here is Class 6 and Class 7. That is Freebird and Ivy Racing D's Nuts, the 2 lone Class 6 boats on the inside, Class 7 boats on the outside. Love Class 7, Matt, though. Such a great entry class.
It's the best.
And it's really not even an entry class. We talked about this at dinner last night with the Landheims. It's not an entry class anymore.
No, not at all. They're 300 Rs on the back of
right.
those
I mean, they're a legit, and this is going to be rough water out here for them.
I was going to say that. The water that looked like nothing for Class 1 is going to look significant for bracket 7.
Yeah, I think so. All right, Force 10 has entered the easterly turn here in St. Petersburg. They will come around the remaining buoys and get on the straightaway, run back west towards St. Petersburg, and hopefully release this Class 5 and get us a start. Class 6 and Class 5 running 7 laps here in St. Petersburg. They go around the turn. He's on the inside of the buoys, which is fine. Letting those boats get as close to those buoys as they can. Remember, have to maintain your lane. So, Matt, no matter where he releases them on this westerly straightaway, they have to maintain their lane the whole way down here. And mind you, not break out of their speed bracket and maintain their lane through the corner. Think about that's a lot to manage inside these boats.
In all the races we've been broadcasting, we've seen how difficult it is to maintain your lane.
It is.
I don't think anybody swings out of it intentionally, but it's a safety thing.
Yep, and it can happen. I mean, that's why they have to enforce the rules. It is a safety thing because they don't want anybody to get it cut off, and it's so jumbled up with 10 boats. It's a lot going into it. There are all the Class 5 boats there. They are getting ready to exit the turn. So they are going to have to get in formation now. There is Pumpin. There is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. I see 7 powerboats in there. There is Rum Runners. Still under yellow flag. No green flag for the start. They're starting to line up, though. Now they exit the turn, so now he will be able to release them. As soon as he is comfortable, they will be able to release them. There is Yabba Dabba Doo. They are a little bit further back. Hopefully the starter holds. There's Hammerhead. Green flag. We're going racing in Class 5. That was a quick release. Now they are going to bypass the dogleg and run straight down towards turn number 1 and the Monster Energy turn. 7 laps. They will have to complete 1 full time around the course before that counts as a lap. They got 1 boat cutting clear across the course there. There is the cigarette pace boat. This is going to start Class 6 and Class 7. They have entered that east turn. Now we're back to Class 5. Can't really tell who's in the lead at this point, but they have gotten a good amount of separation there. They have the X-Insurance helicopter in tow just to the outside of them. And now somebody's going back across. Matt, there may have been some confusion about this dogleg, but it looks like Rum Runners is going to be in the early lead with maybe X-Insurance Golfing Gator. Here is the Class 6 and Class 7 start. They will get ready to exit the turn. Back to Class 5. Looks like Rum Runners in the lead. Of course, there is a boat just to the outside of them. That is 7 powerboats. And there is X-Insurance Golfing Gator. They are going to come into this first turn. Now, we didn't have start position, so we can't tell you who's where and where. But there were some driving back and forth there. Here is the cigarette pace boat. starting Class 6 and Class 7. Green flag for Class 6 and Class 7. The single-engine 20 to 22-foot outboard powered boats. Back to Class 5, so it's Bulletproof, Team Farnsworth in the lead. Rum Runners in second, X Insurance, Golf and Gator in third. And I believe that is Hammerhead in second as they exit this turn and begin their first lap of 7.
It's not in your frame, but Pumpit has pulled off the course.
Class 6 and Class 7 now running down towards St. Pete Pier. They have a green flag. The 2 lone Class 6 boats are right there. Got some movement in this as well. And then the Class 7 boats behind them. It looks like I can see all the Statement Marine boats. There is X Insurance Golf and Gator. Got some movement here back and forth a little bit, Matt, too, as well in Class 6. That is Freebird and Ivy Racing D's Nuts. 2 Joker hulls. Very, very similar boats. In fact, they are identical boats, actually, as far as the hull is concerned. They will come down and enter turn number 1 and enter the Monster Energy turn for the first time. Class 7 behind them. And those are all 3 Statement boats. That's X Insurance, Golf and Gator. There is D's Nuts as they head west towards turn number 1. I believe it's one of the Statement boats in the lead. Now they're going to have to be right in front of us for able to see the numbers on the boats because the boats are all painted identical. Freebird has gotten around Ivy Racing for the lead in Class 6 as they start their first lap of 7. Class 7 just behind this group entering this turn. These Nuts on the inside, they are currently in the lead, but not by much. That is 747. So that is Statement Marine with Nick Boos and Owen Boos. They are currently running in second. There is another Statement Marine boat behind them. I believe that was 759. Back to Class 5, it's Rum Runner in the lead. Golf and Gator, X Insurance on the outside of them. And that is boat 528 on the inside. That is Hammerhead, the Warlock hull. But look at this battle. Matt, this is a very dangerous place to put yourself in because this is how you break out, right? This is how you're going to go over your speed bracket because you're racing deck to deck as hard as you can possibly go. And remember, if you pass on a straightaway in bracket class racing,
you broke out.
You pretty much broke out.
You had to break out.
Now they will see the dogleg for the first time as they exit this easterly turn. There's your yellow buoy for the dogleg. There's one more orange buoy. They will go around that and they will turn back to the inside. X Insurance will have the inside line into the dogleg as it's Rum Runner. I'm sorry, we didn't see Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are actually in the lead in the Warlock. The battle now is for second between Hammerhead, Rum Runner, and X Insurance Golf and Gator. What a race we have going on in Class 5 for second place. 3 boats wide, headed into the dogleg. Now they run back west, looking at the dogleg for the first time. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth in the lead. Rum Runner in second. Well, it's Rum Runner, X Insurance, Golf and Gator. Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point. They turn back to the left and head back out towards the turn. Look at that shot there, though, from the X Insurance helicopter. Deck-to-deck battle still going on for second place in Class 5. What a run between a Phantom and a Larry Smith Scarab. And again, Rum Runners was a Class 6 boat. They decided this year to bump up to Class 5 and running really good as they are giving chase. Well, not giving chase, they are leading, rather. Boat number 501, X Insurance Golf and Gator. But think about being side by side with a boat like that and you can't go any faster. You've run right to your speed bracket, you're there, there's nothing you can do.
Well, you can go faster. You're just not allowed to.
Well, yeah, this is true.
And that's
you can go as fast as much as you want, but
that's
it's not going to help you. Right.
That's what makes it so challenging.
Right. It's not going to give you an advantage. It's in fact
it's going to put you in last place. Yeah.
There's the Monster Energy turn as they enter it for the second time. This will complete lap number 1 of 7. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth continues to lead. Now Rum Runner is able to pull a little bit of a gap over X Insurance, Golf and Gator. Not much though, less than a rooster tail length behind. X Insurance is going to go back to the inside. Little wash down there. Are they going to look to the inside of Rum Runners? I don't think that hole is going to be there, Matt.
No, sir.
It is there, but not by much. As there goes Hammerhead. They are watching this battle in front of them. So that is X Insurance Golf and Gator. They are now in 3rd place in Class 5. Back to Class 6, however. This is Freebird, boat number 644. They are in the lead over Ivy Racing D's Nuts HMY Yachts. The lone 2 Class 6 boats here in St. Petersburg. You're watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. P1 sponsors Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your P1 sponsors. Now look at this, Matt. Now it looks like Rum Runners is trying to make a move on Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. Again, as I said, if you pass on a straightaway, though, in bracket class, there's a good chance you broke out.
You have to.
But Fran and Mike have been a team. They've run for quite a few years together. They're very, very good at what they do. They're a very consistent team, and I know Fran is really good on the throttles and being able to run that boat right to the number. And Mike McLaughlin, his driver, we will say the joke subpar Mike for when he listens to this later. He's very good at driving that boat. It's an inside joke. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Just looking over at
He's a friend from Maryland. He's all right.
Okay.
They're going to have the inside line of Bulletproof Team Farnsworth back to Class 6. They're going to come around to the Monster Energy turn and complete lap number 1 of 7. Freebird has opened up a big lead. 70 miles an hour for these 2 Joker boats. Cannot go over that speed. Beautiful Joker hull. Got the American flagged theme above the rub rail there. Of course, this boat's bigger brother, Predator, will come out and run in Class 2 tomorrow for Sunday's racing action here in St. Petersburg. Great drone shot there of that Monster Energy buoy as they exit on lap number 1. Matt, just to my right off of our screen, I can see Pump It now under tow as they head back into the harbor.
Yeah, they didn't even make the, I don't think they
didn't even
finished
make the
first
start.
lap.
Yep, and that's that boat's first race.
It's unfortunate.
This is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are leading in Class 5. It'll be interesting to see, though, Matt. I think there's going to have to be some things to get worked out in Class 5 just because of how that start went down. The race now is for Class 7, though, as they come down towards the west end of the turn. There they are. That is D's Nuts in the lead. Statement Marine in second. Not much has changed since they went by last time. But what a race in Class 7 for first place.
You know, I think the water's laid down a little bit.
I think it has been. I think it has. You're right.
I'm watching the bracket 700 boats, and I would expect them to see them up in the air a little bit.
Yeah, they're
more.
not flying as high as I thought they were. This is a great shot.
They're planted.
Now the water is breaking pretty far forward on that Bulletproof boat, which makes me think he might be running a little bit more tab to keep the bow down. Rum Runners is going to have the inside line of this turn going into the dogleg. X Insurance Golf and Gator trying to get in the middle of these 2 boats, trying to find clean water. They jump all the way to the outside of Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are pretty far back. I don't think Rum Runners is going to be close enough tucked to the inside. Bulletproof's going to run it right to the buoy. They do. They make their turn. They're going to head back towards the west end of the course. They are on their second lap. There is Rum Runner and X Insurance Golf and Gator. A little more separation between these top 3 boats now. But it's interesting to see Rum Runner right up there with the Warlock. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. Of course, Warlock, a California-built boat. Sounds kind of familiar to you, doesn't it, Matt?
Tested a lot of Warlocks back with the Powerboat magazine.
Because you're from California.
Oh, well, yeah, I know.
I wasn't even referring to the Powerboats magazine day. And we've got a replay coming up here as the Monster Energy buoy. Oh, sorry for the technical difficulties there. There is 517 Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are in the lead. Rum Runners trying to do something. They're going to complete lap number 2 of 7 this time by. Rum Runners is within striking distance. This seems to think that they are right on their number. They are right where they need to be. As they will pass the second Monster Energy buoy. There it is, as exit the Monster Energy turn and head now west. Matt, some clouds moving into our northeast. Don't know if we're going to see any rain later today or not, but it is starting to cloud up to our northeast. You can see it in your screen there, kind of a dark ominous sky as Class 5 continues to run here in St. Petersburg. Rum Runner in second. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth in first. As we will give our replay one more try here. Wow, look at this race here. This is Class 7. Oh, man, that's tight. That's D's nuts. And Statement. Matt, I think Statement might have taken the lead with that dive to the inside there.
Beautiful pass on the
inside. That was awesome, right up against that Monster Energy buoy. 60 miles an hour, and they were. Statement was able to get the lead away from D's Nuts. However, D's Nuts is going to be on the inside, headed into this eastern turn. And they're starting to catch him just a little bit. This is such an exciting class to watch.
It's one of the best. It really is one of the best in the entire sport.
I mean, they are the true heroes. Oh, there they go.
Oh.
They just passed that orange buoy, so they are in the eastern turn now. D's Nuts is going to be on the inside. That is Statement on the outside, side by side, as they are on lap number 2 of 7 as well. I'm sorry, they're only running 4 laps. I apologize. 4 laps for Class 7. Here is Class 6. Not much change last time by for these two. Freebird in the lead. Ivy Racing, D's Nuts, HMY Yachts in second. Back to Class 7, though. Look at the chine walk of that velocity on the inside. D's Nuts a 22 velocity. And I believe Statement is a 22 activator, a 21 activator. And even with the chine walk, D's Nuts was able to take the lead, Matt, away on the inside.
Back and forth the entire way.
Yep. And this is a lot for these little boats. I mean, it's not calm. I mean, they're bouncing around pretty good out there.
Oh, yeah, it looks soft when you watch it on the screen. It looks like they're just kind of rolling it up and down. Well, if you've been in a boat in this kind of water, that size boat, that's jarring. It's not soft at all.
747 not letting these nuts go. 747, of course, Nick Boos and Owen Boos, the sons of the owner of Statement. Here is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are in the lead in Class 5. They were getting challenged by Rum Runners. They must just be to the left of our screen. Boat number 517. Elijah Kingery and Eric Ullum on board. Back to Class 7, though. What a battle here. Matt, a little bit more separation now between 1 and 2.
Yeah, but I have a feeling they're going to make it up because they keep making it up.
Well, I think that the Statement team carries a lot of speed on the outside of the corners. Now they may get confident and try and go back to the inside. If D's Nuts tries to run a defensive line here, well, they're back on the. I'm sorry, they're still on the dog leg. So Statement's going to have the inside of the dog leg, but I don't think they're going to be quite close enough to be able to challenge. But they are right there, and there is the second Statement marine boat currently running in third. There's a big hop for the 22-foot velocity. I don't know, Matt. Now it might be Statement Marine might get the lead.
I think you're right.
In Class 7 as they head west.
They're well positioned for it as well.
This will complete lap number 2, start lap number 3. So this should be the last lap for Class 7. Or nope, second to last lap. I apologize. They'll complete 4 laps for roughly 24 miles here on a 6-mile course. The Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater underway. This is our first race. We have classes 5, 6, and 7. And 3X currently running. The battle for Class 7, though, is heated up. But so is the battle for Class 5. Matt Rum Runner has caught right up to Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. So let's see if Mike and Fran have something for the leaders. Here is Class 7, though. Activator versus Velocity. D's Nuts on the inside. They take the lead away.
Another lead change.
Yep, washed down Statement just a little bit, not on purpose. It was happened to be where Statement was at the time.
Just good hard racing. Yep, you're going to get wet every now and then.
They're going to reach up and wipe their face mask off and keep on keeping on. As we are back to Class 5, 517 Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are leading over Rum Runners. Rum Runners actually looks like they've lost a little bit of ground to our leaders in Class 5. As they complete lap number 3 of 7. There they go. They are getting up into the lap traffic now as well as they start to catch Class 7 boats. Faster boats should be on the outside, slower boats to the inside. As we go back to the battle for Class 7, D's Nuts and Statement. Of course, Statement, Matt, builds fine center consoles and catamarans.
They do indeed. So, Mike, these are the Class 7 boats, limited to what top speed?
60.
And with the 300Rs, what do you think their true top speed is if they just
70s.
go wide open?
70s.
70s is fast in a 22-foot single-engine outboard boat.
71, 72, maybe 73.
So, I mean, you're scrubbing off. You're really having to control your emotions.
Oh, yeah.
Your throttling hand.
Yep. That's an interesting shot there. There are the two X-Insurance Golf and Gator entries. That's the Class 7 boat.
Look at that.
With J.J. Turk and Robert Bryant getting passed by its bigger brother, so to speak, the X-Insurance Golf and Gator 501 Class 5 entry, Michael Turk and J.J. Turk in that boat. I apologize, it's Cameron Turk in the Class 7 boat. I apologize. J.J., his dad, in the 501 X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka. Of course, the X-Insurance helicopter in tow, providing aerial footage here in St. Petersburg. Thanks to Parker Lindsay.
That's one of two father and son teams out there.
Yep, Class 5 has gotten around, or has lapped now Class 7. As they will get some clean water again and put some of the Class 7 boats in a little bit dirtier water. So I actually owned a 22-foot Velocity, Matt. I owned what was called the Joker. It had twin Mercury 200s on the back of it. It was raced by Art Lilly at one point. That was a crazy boat.
Indeed.
Crazy fun. Boat number 517, Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, continues to lead in Class 5. Rum Runner in second. They have entered that easterly turn. The clouds continue to move in.
Yeah.
Did you check the weather app?
I did not check the weather app. I can. I will between races.
We check it live, too.
Could.
Live weather. That's
the
important
internet.
these days, right?
Yeah. Special.
No, the app. It's not even the internet. It's the app. 517, Bulletproof Team Farnsworth continues to lead 7 laps. They are on lap number 3. I apologize, lap number 4. They completed lap number 3. That's a Class 5 boat that looked like A-game. Just to the inside of our screen there, looks like they're down with some sort of mechanical issue. So now the 517 Bulletproof team is starting to look back a little bit, Matt. I don't think it's because they have an issue. I think they're going to start running their race, maybe managing things a little bit different. That's where you have to be careful of breaking out, because when that boat comes out of the water and the prop stays in, it'll actually accelerate. It'll actually leap forward a little bit, and you can break out of your speed bracket, so you have to be very careful about that.
That's what I was trying to, now I didn't do it as well, allude to earlier. You know, all of a sudden, the conditions change. Your throttle position is in one place.
Yep.
You can pick up speed without moving the throttle.
Yep. You can get just a little bit of acceleration. As you saw the Class 7 boats just behind this group. This is the battle for the lead in Class 7. That is D's Nuts and Statement Marine. That is the 747 Statement Marine boat, as they have gotten lapped by another Class 5 boat. And that really is going to mess up the water for these little 20 to 22-foot boats, as they're going to have to deal with the wakes.
Very interesting move to the outside by Statement.
Yep. They are just looking for a line. Look at this, though. X-Insurance Golf and Gator has caught up to Rum Runners. They're going to be on the inside as they head around to complete lap number 4 of 7, halfway down for this Class 5 race. And this should wrap up maybe the Class 7 race this time by. So we will have Class 6 and Class 5 remaining, as both were running 7 laps. There is the 522 Larry Smith Scarab. Of course, Matt, not everybody knows about Larry Smith Scarabs.
No, that's true. Well, Larry Smith was a designer, California-based designer. Created some of the most exciting V-bottoms ever, really. Pleasure boats, race boats.
Yep.
He's a brilliant guy. He's a character.
He is. There is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. They are currently in the lead in Class 5. Well, here goes X-Insurance, Golf and Gator. They're trying to make that move to the inside, Matt. They went way to the inside. I think they actually scrubbed themselves a little speed, had to turn a little bit sharper than they would have liked. And they have lost some ground, about 2 rooster tail lengths behind Look at this. Had a lead change.
There we go.
747, Statement Marine took the lead again. But D's Nuts is going to be on the inside, Matt, and they are headed into this westerly turn here, right where the Monster Energy buoys are located. Let's see if D's Nuts, it's going to be tight in there, and he's in a bad spot. He's getting hosed down a lot. Not where he wanted to go, but Matt, I just don't think he could turn that boat any tighter than what he did.
And it was sketchy.
Statement Marine's going to close the door on him, though. He's going to put him back in that spot again. He does. Good driving there by that Statement. Whoa! A Class 7 boat way out of control there just to the top of our screen. Look at that. Now they've got a pretty good lead in Class 7. About a rooster tail length, maybe not more, separating Statement Marine. And I believe that wraps up the Class 7 race. I couldn't tell if it was the white flag or the checkered flag on the start-finish boat.
Yeah, we're pretty distant from start-finish, so it is hard to discern the color.
But the way they're running, I don't think it's over yet.
Nope.
Boat 517 continues to lead in Class 5. Oop. Whoa. That's D's Nuts. They have stopped suddenly in the middle of the course. What happened there? They did get hosed down pretty good, but I don't think that really should have caused an issue
and they're not
for
restarting.
that Mercury Racing outboard. Doesn't look like they're getting going. And if they thought the race was over, they should have turned to the inside of the course, not stopped in the middle of the straightaway. Now it looks like they're moving again just to our vantage point. This is 517, Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, the 29-foot Warlock, right?
Is there a possibility they miscounted laps? I mean,
no,
obviously
it wouldn't make any sense
possibility.
why they stopped there, though.
I know. Huh.
There is the lead distance for first and second in Class 5. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth continues to lead. Rum Runners in second. X Insurance Golf and Gator was right up there, Matt. Remember with Rum Runners last time by. Right. And they lost some time as I think they just had to turn a little bit tighter. JJ Michael had to run a little bit tighter line than what they wanted. And they lost some ground to that second place boat. This is race number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. We have Super Stock. Super Stock still coming up next after this. And then tomorrow we'll have Class 2, Class 4, Mod V. We have 1 Stock V here. We'll have 450 Factory Stock. We'll have Super Cat and Class 1. Of course, we wrapped up Class 1 qualifying earlier today. And Husky Ice Spritz, Matt, took the pole. My pick, by the way. I just wanted to say that.
You expect me to react to that, don't you?
I did. I was baiting you for a reaction.
Good luck.
Calm, cool, and collect. Matt Trulio. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, your leader in Class 5. Rum Runners giving chase. X Insurance, Golf and Gator, by no means out of this race yet. Remember, if any of these boats broke out, Matt, it could move these boats up one position onto the podium or second or first.
Well, and that's a really good thing to mention because all of these results, in the spec classes, they're all preliminary until they're approved. Bracket class, it takes it to a completely different level.
It does.
You got to check the GPS units that you break out, and then that changes everything. So when we say unofficial,
it is completely unofficial.
Yeah, it has.
It's actually unofficial in all the classes because of the tech rules in the spec class. Weight, propellers, lower units, engine specs. There's all kinds of rules that they have to meet. So everything we see here, until they go back and get tech inspected, is unofficial.
Exactly. But bracket classes, it adds another layer.
It does. There are no technical rules for bracket class. Well, there's some class technical rules.
Of course, yeah.
But no enforced technical rules that they have to get inspected when they come out. It's all based upon that GPS and making sure that you did not go over your speed bracket. So we are going to get Super Stock in today in St. Petersburg. There is 501 X Insurance Golf and Gator. One of the few Phantoms out here in Class 5. Matt, in Class 5, I missed the Superboats. Remember the Superboats? The 30-foot Superboat Y2K was a super good Class 5 boat.
Superboat had a great run dominance for a decade.
They did. Yep. And
they're still out there.
Yeah, there's still out there.
A few on the course.
So there goes X Insurance. Oh, I'm sorry. There's X Insurance Golf and Gator. They got the X Insurance helicopter in tow. Great shot of how tight they're running to that line. As we get ready for another replay. This is Class 7. Whoa.
Did he hit the buoy?
No, I don't think so. I think he just took some sort of a weird hop there. Look, he stopped immediately. It almost looks like he got caught up in maybe yabba dabba doo. There were a lot of wakes going through that corner, a lot of bigger wakes. We talked about that, having to deal with those Class 5 boat wake, and maybe that's what he hit, pitched him up sideways. You know what it could have been, though? Could have been a lanyard come off.
I would like to see that again.
Might have pulled a lanyard off. That is something that would kill that boat. Almost would kill it instantly.
By the way, I'm not calm, cool, and collected. I'm unflappable.
Unflappable. Okay, is that an actual word?
It is a word.
747. I believe they are your leaders in Class 7. Nick and Owen Boos. They battled with these nuts this entire race. This is their last lap. They will get the checkered flag this time by. As these nuts, you just saw in that replay, had some sort of an issue. Like I said, I think it was just from a wake. I think it was just they hit a wake weird and just got tossed sideways. The boat shut off momentarily. They fell off a plane, stopped, and then got going again. Now, these motors, I believe, do have some sort of Guardian modem on them as well, but I don't really...
Oh,
I don't
the
think,
300s?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I don't know what would have put that motor into Guardian mode to pitch sideways like that. The Class 6 boats now come into view. That was Freebird. They are your current leader in Class 6. There is the 720 X Insurance Golf and Gator boat. That's got Cameron Turk, son of J.J. Turk, and Robert Bryant on board. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth heads east one more time. The clouds move in. It should be checkered flag for Class 7, and it should be Statement Marine taking the win. There is a checkered flag. I do see a checkered flag, so that should be for Class 7. Statement Marine takes the win, and it looks like it's going to be the other Statement Marine boat now coming across in second place. So we've had two Statement boats on the podium. As boat 517, they were running 7 laps. They should have 2 laps left after this one, as they have been battling with rum runners the entire day. But now it seems like they've separated themselves a bit, as they will exit the eastern turn and head west. There is Bulletproof. Matt, look at X Insurance Golf and Gator. Now they seem to catch back up to Rum Runners. They're making a run for second place, and they could easily break out of their boat, or out of their bracket. That was Punisher, boat number 700, just went by the bottom of your screen. A 22-foot velocity as well. But look at this battle in Class 5. What a run it has been between X Insurance Golf and Gator and Rum Runner. Rum Runners is
a hard one. It trips off the tongue.
It does a little bit, especially when you think about having one.
Later.
Rum Runners is going to be on the inside of X Insurance Golf and Gator. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, they are definitely looking over their shoulder. They are managing their race right now, I think. It's not uncommon to look over your shoulder in a bracket class boat, because you can kind of gauge your competition a little bit. And plus, they're open boats, so you can see behind them.
Yeah, it's worth turning your head.
Right.
It's not like in a canopied boat. That's not going to work.
Right. But the battle for this is behind it. That is for second place. If I look up, X Insurance and Rum Runner are side by side behind the first place boat, Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. And they have simply just separated themselves from the rest of the pack. These top 3 boats are just running so good right now. There is Rum Runner. Now, Matt, X Insurance, Golf and Gator, they have a better advantage to the outside because they've got clean water. They're going to run a longer line, but they're going to cut back to the inside. They do. Look at the speed they carried through that corner.
I think they call that a slingshot.
A little bit of one,
really
but
pretty.
It didn't work. And that's what happens in bracket class racing. See, they got up to that 80-mile-an-hour mark, and they had to get back out of it. What a race in Class 5. Rum Runners is in a very difficult spot to drive in, though, with all that white water coming off of Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. Tends to make the boat a little bit more slippery with the aeration in the water. And, Matt, as I've mentioned before, saltwater aerates more and longer than freshwater does. X Insurance Golf and Gator looks back to the inside as now they head east one more time. for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Class 7 is in the books. It should be 747 State Mint Marine, your unofficial winner, 759 State Mint Marine, unofficially in second. And I did not see who came across the line in third, Matt. It might have actually been D's Nuts.
I didn't either.
But remember, D's Nuts had their mechanical issues earlier. X Insurance Golf and Gator continues to give chase to Rum Runners. And both of these two boats are giving chase to Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. A little bit more separation now between top 1, 2, and 3. Really easy to see where they stack up as they head into this easterly turn. This might actually be their last lap.
I was going to ask you that. I think we're coming up on it.
As we are wrapping up classes 5, 6, and 7, we are going to get the Superstock race underway. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the Superstock boats already out of the milling area. The good news about this race site is the airport is literally right there, so it's a quick refuel for the helicopters. Of course, we can't run the races without the helicopters.
No, and it's not for the pictures. The pictures are great, but it's for safety.
Yep.
You need the helicopter out there, or else you can't race. There's no way around it.
Exactly right, as Bulletproof Team Farnsworth continues to lead in Class 5. Rum Runner, X Insurance, Golf and Gator. Rum Runner in second, X Insurance, Golf and Gator in third. That's a good shot there, Matt, about a rooster tail length behind. X Insurance is looking inside, looking outside, just hoping that Fran and Mike leave the door open, not known to do it, and they can definitely close the door if they want to at this point. The X Insurance helicopter in tow. Of course, X Insurance, one of our sponsors, in providing the aerial footage for this St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix. And X Insurance goes back to the inside as they get ready to exit this corner and head back west. See if we get the checkered flag this time by. Man, X Insurance, though, Golf and Gator, Matt, they're going to be within striking distance.
Yeah, it could come down to this last turn.
I think it might.
Which would be great.
X Insurance is going to have the inside line going into the dog leg. Look at that. This has been a great race in Class 5. Unfortunately, I do think there's going to be some reviews maybe of the start. We got some information. Our Monster Energy Pit Party with Freestyle Motocross is going to take place at Spa Park starting at 7:30 tonight.
It's going to be a good celebration.
Going to be
a lot going on,
yep.
Maybe even a couple of surprises.
Well, it's offshore powerboat racing. We're full of surprises.
We're full of something.
Full of something, right. Rum Runners still leading X Insurance, Golf and Gator. There is Bulletproof Team Farnsworth. There is Rum Runner. X Insurance, Golf and Gator back to the inside. Of course, X Insurance, Golf and Gator used to be a Team Woody boat.
That's right.
And then JJ bought it, I believe it was the beginning of this year, or was it the beginning of last year?
End of last year?
No, he bought it in the off-season because he completely redid the whole boat. X Insurance, Golf and Gator on the outside of Rum Runners. Rum Runner's going to have the inside line through the corner, though. See if we get the checkered flag this time by. Freebird and Ivy Racing just going out of our view. Nothing changed in that race. There goes Rum Runner into the turn. Love a Warlock, Matt, though. Love how that boat just rides on top of the water. Look at it. And it's a step-bottom boat, too, which helps.
Yep.
And I don't see a checkered flag on the start-finish boat. So we are going to base it upon who's ever counting laps, and that surely is not me. Well, Rum Runners is lifted, so they're done. Obviously, they're going to pull in, so they think they've run their laps. And so does X Insurance, Golf and Gator.
But we did not see a checkered flag.
Well, but the boat is facing the wrong direction from us.
Correct.
And there was something
completely
about
blocked.
The checkered flags are, I believe, still lost with FedEx, maybe? Well, the Bulletproof Team Farnsworth entry, they are celebrating their win. They, of course, will have to go back and get their GPSs read to make sure they didn't break out of their speed bracket. So we got a couple more boats out on the course. We will wrap this race up, and then we will get ready to go racing for the final time today here in Super Stock. Congratulations to Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, boat number 517. your unofficial winner in Class 5. Beautiful Warlock boat there. And that is Hammerhead. I believe they came across the line in 4th. And they did as they turn in and get ready to wrap up their race. The other Warlock hull out in the class. As Bulletproof Team Farnsworth will head over to the start-finish boat. Clouds definitely continue to move in. Looks like a statement swarm around the start-finish boat there, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's a school.
There goes 7 powerboats. They are going to come across the line, I believe, in 5th. Didn't see A game, Matt. They must have gone out with some sort of mechanical issue, and Yabba Dabba Doo come across the line in 6th.
Yeah, we saw Pump It go out very early, too.
Pump It went out really early. Let's see if we can we were thinking about going to commercial break. We got one more race to finish up, though, with Class 6, as they are on the eastern end of the course. We will bring them home, and then we will go to commercial break and get an update on how soon we will start this super stock race here in St. Pete. You're watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. P1 sponsors Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, providing the helicopter footage today. Thanks to Parker Lindsay. Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers. Beginning of this year?
Yes.
All right.
Beginning of this year for the purchase.
Yep. I just didn't know when he did it. I knew he did it. I just couldn't remember when.
Of Turk from Team Woody.
Awesome. Here is Class 6, the lone 2 boats in Class 6. These are the last 2 boats on the course. This is their last lap. And then we will take a commercial break and find out what we've got going on for Super Stock. Matt, I kind of anticipated the Super Stock's already being out. I
would have thought they were going to be headed out on the course, too.
Yep.
But maybe they got an extension. I don't know how the permits work. I really don't.
This isn't closing a harbor, so they could technically get a vacation or an extension if they wanted to. As Freebird continues to lead in Class 6, of course, these results are unofficial as well, because the Class 6 boats will have to get their GPSs read. Make sure they did not go over their speed bracket of 70 miles per hour. These 2 Joker hulls. We've also got 1 Phantom in Class 5 still running. Didn't see On Edge come by, Matt, in Class 5. Not sure what happened there.
We have not.
So a race of attrition in Class 5 maybe. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, your unofficial winner in Class 5. Rum Runner in 2nd. X Insurance, Golf and Gator in 3rd. In Class 7, it was 747 Statement Marine taking the win. 747 Statement Marine in 1st. 759 Statement Marine in 2nd. And I did not get to see who crossed the finish line in 3rd. So we apologize about that. Here comes 644 Freebird. They have led start to finish. They're going to enter the Monster Energy turn for the final time. There's the buoy, and they will cross the finish line to get the checkered flag in Class 6. Your winner, boat number 644 Freebird, unofficially until they get their GPS read. And here comes 651 Ivy Racing D's Nutch HMY Yachts. Damien Murata, George Ivy on board. All right, that wraps up race number 1. The Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Matt Trulio, Mike Yawoski. We're going to talk to race control, find out what we're doing. Superstock's coming up next.
Here we go.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Scanning. Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the place for the race and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, energy, rising to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida, as we have wrapped up race number 1, Class 7, Class 6, Class 5, and Class 3X. And I apologize to the Class 3X team. That was the 22-foot pink boat that we saw go by. They were the lonely Class 3X entry. Bulletproof Team Farnsworth, your unofficial winner in Class 5. Rum Runners in second. X Insurance Golf and Gator in third. In Class 6, it was Freebird in first. Ivy Racing, D's Nuts, HMY Yachts in second. And then in Class 7, it was a statement podium, 1 and 2, 747 in first, 759 in second. And again, I apologize, we did not get to see who came in third in Class 7.
We've got the safety helicopter back out on course. We're going to get the super stock boats out here quickly.
Well, they're out. I mean, they're coming out.
There we go.
There is Allied, boat number S54, Sean Torrente, Sean Connor. Of course, Matt, these guys in the news right now.
They are. Do you want to, they've launched their own powerboat line, S2.
They have, S2. And
Race
they also
boat
ran it at Lake of the Ozarks last weekend with the electric motors on back of it.
From Vision Technologies in Canada, 114 miles an hour, which is, was it 14 or was it 15?
I think it was 14.
Yeah,
but don't quote me. But I think he ran, 109 last year?
109.
109 last year. So they picked up some speed.
116, excuse me.
116.
They upped it.
Okay. At Victory Hall. Cole Leibel finishing on the podium, coming in third in Sheboygan last weekend.
So you ready for the rest?
Yeah, let's do a super stock class lineup.
All right, let's take it from the top. Allied Construction Management Systems, Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. Big East Construction, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou. Celsius, Christopher Hopgood, Ryan Beckley. Steel Offshore, Dominic Steele and Ricardo Maldonado. I don't want to mispronounce that. Jackhammer, Reese Langheim. And Ricky Maldonado. Julian Maldonado, pardon me.
Lots of Maldonados in this
Performance
class.
Boat Center, that's easy. Myra Coyle and Rusty Williams. Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping, Bill Allen and John Strema. Last but not least, we have Team Bermuda, David Selly and Stephen Bridges.
No Coco's Monkey this weekend in St. Pete. We do have Team Bermuda here as Big East goes down. So they're going to do the same thing for this start. They are going to try. They're not going to do a mill circle. They will not do a parade lap, and try and get this race started as quickly as possible. There is Steel Industries. There's Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Big East. Well, there is Coco's Monkey, but they were not on the entry list. Okay, we'll take a look at that and get that figured out. There is Jackhammer, your points leader in Super Stock. I believe I accidentally called him Super Cat earlier. I apologize. Of course, Allied was sponsored by CMR. Got a new sponsor on board the Lone MTI in this group. Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. Of course, Sean Torrente, STR Racing. Makes all kinds of brackets and hardware. Found on a lot of manufacturers these days, Matt.
Everybody has his
The brackets have become hugely popular.
They're all over the place. Everything from MTI to DCB.
The Force 10 pace boat will take them east, go into the easterly turn. He should be on the inside. Look at that. What a shot. There is LPC, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Team Bermuda, Celsius, Steel, Performance, Big East.
They got this together quickly.
Coco's, Jackhammer, and Allied. Looks like we apologize. We do not have start positions for this race either, but it looks like Allied is going to be on the pole. And they will not do a mill. They will run straight down. They will bypass the dog leg this time. Matt, that seemed to cause some confusion in our last race.
Yeah, a bit.
Heat of the moment, maybe. Of course, Steel Industries, Dominic Steele, that's a fascinating story, as I got to talk to him in Sarasota quite a bit. Steel Industries, a night vision goggle producing company. You should hook us up with some demos.
You walk around at night with night vision goggles on your head.
I got nothing better to do.
I'm not sure that we need to do that.
Never say never. Force 10, your pace boat here in St. Pete. They go around the turn. They have released these boats very quickly once they get lined up. I know these Superstock guys, they are picky about their start, though. They want to be lined up and perfect. They need to get Coco's Monkey back in line there a little bit. Clouds have fully moved in now. Sun has gone 100%. Doesn't look like rain, just some dark clouds. As we get our last race of the day in with Superstock. Beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Superstock's going to run 9 laps for 54 miles here in St. Petersburg on Tampa Bay. They got one more buoy to go around, Matt, and then they will exit this turn. Let's see how fast they get released. They've got to get lined up better than this, though. That whole group there needs to come up with the group on the inside. There they go. Now they start to come in just a little bit. They're going to square up this turn, and hopefully this pace boat holds them for a little while, lets them get lined up. What a shot down the tunnel of the Superstock class. And it looks like we've got a green flag, and we do, and we're going to race in Superstock style in St. Petersburg. Big East Construction did something weird there and made a move over a rooster tail. Let's see who takes the early lead. That's Allied on the inside. There is Jackhammer, Performance Boat Center. It looks like Jackhammer may be taking the lead. A little bit pixelated there. Can't quite make it out. They bypass the dog leg. Here we go. There is Steel, Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, and Jackhammer. Allied on the inside of this group. Bermuda to the outside of that group. But it looks like, Matt, it looks like Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. And, Matt, we talked about this team this morning at breakfast.
Yeah,
normally dominant in this class, just seems to need to find their rhythm a little bit if they would.
They struggled in Sheboygan, but I wouldn't expect them to struggle here.
Allied's going to have a good line on the inside of this turn, though. Remember, they have to maintain their lane. This is one class where this is very strictly enforced because of the amount of boats. Allied going to be on the inside. There is Jackhammer. There is Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Allied should take the lead pretty easily now as they have the inside line. Nope, they can't quite get past Jackhammer. They enter the Monster Energy turn for the first time today. Across the start line, the race begins. Jackhammer on the outside. Breeze picks up significantly now with this cloud cover. Look at this race between Allied and Jackhammer, though. Allied able to take the lead, but not by much. They're going to have the inside line. Fast Diesel Fuel Systems Performance Boat Center on the outside of this group. LPC slow as they just crossed the start line. Not sure what's going on with them. There is Allied and Jackhammer. These boats have battled all season long, Matt. They are 1 and 2 in points. Of course, the lone MTI. There is Coco's Monkey. It looks like they are currently running in third, maybe battling with Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Let's see as they head east, Matt. That breeze has gotten pretty stiff up here atop the pier. I don't think it's going to bump it up a whole bunch.
No, if anything, I think it might lay down a little bit.
All right, so Allied is your leader, it looks like, in Superstock. Jackhammer in second. Of course, we've got Sean Torrente and Sean Connor in Allied. We have a boat under tow. That's 644 coming back across the course. Fast Response Towing, of course, handling today's towing and salvage. There is Allied. That's Celsius and Jackhammer. I'm not Celsius, Coco's Monkey, I apologize. I thought Jackhammer, Matt, would be a little bit closer than what they are, but they're not. They're about 2 rooster tail lengths behind our leader. There is a cruise ship coming out of the port of Tampa. That's a pretty cool shot there showing the cruise ship as they will head out to the Skyway Bridge. Great start by Allied. Sean Torrente, Sean Connor in the lead. Jackhammer in second. Just behind them, it should be Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel System and then Coco's Monkey. Don't count out Jackhammer, though, Matt. They will come from behind. They are fighters until the end.
Oh, never. Are you kidding? And they found speed in that boat.
They did, 110%. Of course, Julia Maldonado on the throttles, taking over for his dad, Ricky Maldonado, who will run the Doug Wright's powerboat tomorrow in 450 factory stock. There is the MTI of Allied. They are your leaders. There is Jackhammer. There's Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel System. There's Coco's Monkey. Matt, it looks like to me Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems is trying to make a move on Jackhammer on the inside. Jackhammer is going to have the inside lane going through the dog leg. Nope, they were a little bit closer than they looked a little bit closer than what they actually are. The twin Mercury 300R outboard racing engines. There is Allied, there is Jackhammer, and Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. All three of them in tow, about a rooster tail length separating the top three. Coco's Monkey running behind this group. Matt, a lot of what we've seen with Superstock is boats liking one part of a course more than they like the other part of the course.
Very much so. We've seen that a lot. We've seen it every race this year.
And you've got you do have a different breeze now, and let's see how that affects these boats through this turn. Here comes Allied. They enter the turn. They align themselves with the Monster Energy buoy. There it is. They go out pretty wide in that turn. I think they're going to pinch down to the Monster buoy. They do. Jackhammer tries to look to the inside. Nothing there. Allied comes by to complete lap number 1. Jackhammer in second. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in third. Coco's Monkey in fourth. Of course, Allied sponsored by Ray Marine. There is Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. There is Jackhammer and Performance Boat Center. Good run for Performance Boat Center getting up on the podium after they seem to have struggled the past couple weeks.
Yeah, they need this. They need this race. They need a good result. But they are one of those teams, and we've said it before, that they win championships with podium finishes, not necessarily first. They just want to get up there.
So Coco's Monkey is in fourth. I think Team Bermuda is in fifth. There goes Steel Industry, goes to Big East Construction. Not sure what happened to the start on Big East Construction. Looks like he rolled over some sort of rooster tail. He's battling right now with Celsius.
Notched himself a second place finish in Sheboygan.
I said third. I apologize.
Big East? No, second. There was some confusion, but
a little bit. LPC.
Second place.
LPC comes across the finish line. They are completing their lap number 1, still out there running. There is S01 Jackhammer. They are currently running in second, giving chase to Allied. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems giving chase to this team. Allied, the MTI hull that Sean Torrente cut in half over the winter and made wider to fit within the specs of the Super Cat class.
They're expecting to have their first S2 boat done in time for Key West this year.
Of course, S2 is a design of their own.
Yes, it is.
Put together by Composite. I can't remember the company. The company in North Carolina.
Not Advanced Composites.
No. I apologize. Giving some incorrect information there. There is Big East. They are battling with Celsius. The Victory Hull versus the Doug Wright Hull. Ryan Beckley and Chris Hopgood in Celsius. Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel, of course, nephew of Lauren Leibel. There is Allied. They are continuing to lead in Superstock. Jackhammer in second. We should see Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Wow, Matt, it looks like Performance Boat Center is way off the pace.
And it looks like Allied is stretching its lead.
I think Allied's pulling it out just a little bit. So they don't seem to be fazed by any sort of different conditions. Breeze continues to stiffen out of the northeast. It could push this water up just a little bit and make it bumpier. Could get conditions like we saw in Sarasota, and that really made the Superstock class a race of attrition on Saturday in Sarasota as the conditions were this, what did you want me to do, pop, 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 like that. Celsius. There is Big East Construction, and there is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping.
You know, thanks to Eric Colby, I can tell you that the company you were looking for is called Charleston Composites. And it was built by Benny Robertson.
Benny Robertson.
Thank you, Eric.
Helps to know that information sometimes. Jackhammer continues to chase down Allied. They have simply pulled away from the rest of the pack as Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems is in third. Here's a good shot of Celsius. Good Big East and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Of course, Billy Allen really likes a rough water race. An amazing story, though, about what happened to him after the shootout. He was talking to us at his pit earlier about helping to flip over a boat and then towing it to shore.
Oh, he just had an adventure getting here. He froze a trailer bearing. So, yeah, it's been an interesting week for Billy Allen.
Yeah, I think so.
But he's here, and this is not his water. He likes rough stuff.
He wants rough water, yep. Allied passes the monster buoy, and so does Jackhammer. They complete lap number 2 of 9. This group now for third looks to be maybe where the battle is. It looks like they're maybe tightening up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Breeze continues to increase here on Tampa Bay. Good to see Team Bermuda up and running. Currently running in 5th place behind Coco's Monkey. Big East and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping coming across the finish line to complete lap number 2. Love that Big East construction, Matt. That livery, just very easy to see. Especially like this, when it gets real cloudy like this, it really stands out.
Yeah. Yeah, his uncle mentioned that to us in Cocoa Beach.
Yep, we were on the elevator with him.
He could always, his uncle Lorne Leibel is a pretty famous offshore racer. So, I can always see my nephew out there.
Yep. Allied continues to lead. Jackhammer in 2nd.
With this weather coming in now, or this breeze stiffening up, it's worth reflecting that a week ago we weren't even sure if we'd be here.
Right, exactly. Hurricane Idalia hitting the east coast of Florida. Unfortunately, our friends down in Englewood got hit a little bit harder by the pictures, but of course the Panhandle got hit very hard.
Well, it's a fool's game to guess where it's going to make landfall.
Right. And the cone of uncertainty, as they call it, you never quite know where that's going to end up.
Right on.
LPC comes by one more time. Anthony Smith and Lauren Leibel. Or not Lauren, Lauren Peters, I apologize.
Lauren Peters. Actually has a big boat storage project going on with Lake of the Ozarks.
Okay.
Now.
Lauren Peters calling Lake of the Ozarks home, as it looks like they are slowing a little bit. No slowing for this team, though. They continue to lead in Superstock, running their race. Oh, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping has gotten around Big East Construction. I'm not sure what position that would be for. We will take a look next time by. There is Allied. There is Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Coco's Monkey, all giving taste of this MTI. Now we're back to Allen Lawn Care Landscaping and Big East. Like you said, Billy Allen just wants a little bit rougher water, Matt. He likes the rough water races. That boat just seems to do better. But he told us at his pits as well, they're working on their on their flat water setup. They're trying to get the boat to do better.
We talked to him this afternoon, this morning, actually.
You can see the comfort of Sean in that Allied boat as they took a really wide arcing turn around the dogleg as they head back towards St. Petersburg and the St. Pete Pier. This is the final race of the day for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Matt, I really like this race for third. I really like what Celsius is able to do to Coco's Monkey. They seem to be right up there. I'm sorry. Coco's Monkey is Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Of course, by that shot, it looked like they were a little bit closer than what they are. But there is Team Bermuda. Boat number S25. Another Doug Wright hull. Actually, maybe this is the battle we want to see between Team Bermuda and Coco's Monkey.
Team Bermuda has a similar livery to North Wing.
They do?
North Wing's not here.
Right, North Wing is not here this weekend, are they?
Nope.
Grant Bruggerman will be pulling triple duty as well if they were.
Yep.
There is Jackhammer, Reese Landheim, and Ricky Maldonado. You can buy that boat right now. Well, maybe not right now, but very shortly after this race, and it's teched. You can buy that boat.
You can buy it tonight.
You could buy it tonight, right? Sarah made a joke at dinner last night. Well, Reese would sell me if he could. Coco's Monkey coming across in 4th. There is Team Bermuda in 5th. I think it's Steel Industries in 6th currently. As look at these two very different lines, Matt. Allied is going out really, really wide.
Yeah.
Jackhammer's trying to run really, really to the inside. That'll make me wonder what happens as the race winds on, where they find their speed and where they find their setup. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping coming into our shot now, getting ready to go around that monster buoy one more time. And Carl Chevrolet, one of Billy Allen's sponsors. Give a shout out to him for taking care of our buddy. Allied continues to lead. Now it looked like Jackhammer fell off a little bit there by that last shot, but they could be just moving around. Allied could be coming down now into the corner after going, it will look to be pretty wide. Wind continues to build. A little bit more choppy out here than it was before, Matt. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw this bump up just a little bit. Allied Racing continues to lead.
Yeah, the wind direction has been, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Wind direction has been very consistent. It's just picked up.
So we will see the S2 boat, hopefully by Key West. We'll have the Mercury Racing 300Rs on the back of it. The first S2 boat went to Vision Technologies, correct?
Yes, it did.
That's the company that manufactures the electric outboard.
Yeah, they're based in Canada, and it's it's a proof of concept project, and they certainly proved the concept.
I did. I talked to Sean Torrente about those motors last year down here, and he said, they didn't even get less to run the Lotto shootout last year. They didn't even get less than 80%. So, and that was pretty much wide open. So I think you could really maybe enjoy some time on the water with those electric outboards as the technology continues to improve.
Extremely quiet, like any EV. I mean, when that it's almost disconcerting to watch that boat run because you see it and it's moving fast,
right?
And you can't hear it,
right? I mean, these are quiet too, though.
Yeah, really.
I mean, not that quiet. I mean, compared to what they used to be with the two-stroke motors, they used to be screaming eagles there. Looks like LPC is down on the inside of the course. He is just to my left off of our broadcast tower here on St. Pete Pier.
They've been struggling since the start.
Yep, and I think Reese said they had the boat at Reese's shop trying to get something done to it, trying to get some repairs made. Jackhammer is currently in second. Performance Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems currently in third. Of course, Myrick Coyle will jump out of this, jump into Supercat and Class 1. Look at this race here now, though, for fourth between Coco's Monkey and Team Bermuda. Team Bermuda tries to look to the inside of the dogleg. Coco Monkey's going to have the inside of this next turn. This should complete lap number 4 of 9 this time by.
For those of you who might be wondering, Coco's Monkey is actually a clothing store in Key West. It always mystified me.
Yep. Used to sponsor Ryan Beckley.
They did.
It's good to see local sponsors like that get involved, help the sport grow. As they head into the turn, they've got Team Bermuda in tow, and they are trying to give chase to Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. Should be completing lap number 4 of 9, almost to the halfway point of this super stock race. To Doug Wright Hulls. I think Coco's Monkey is the former Shadow Pirate boat, and I think Bermuda is the former CR Racing boat.
I think you're right.
And the reason I know it's Shadow Pirate because it had the black frame around the windshield.
Yeah.
Allied continues to lead. Jackhammer in second. Not much has changed. There is Steele Industries, boat number S3. Dominic Steele on board. There is Coco's Monkey and Team Bermuda, currently running 4th and 5th in Super Stock. Good shot at Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Of course, Billy Allen, he'll tell you he's had his issues with mechanical problems as well, but always seems to get them figured out. Very competitive team here in the Super Stock class ranks. Started in bracket class racing many, many years ago and moved up to Super Stock, and has been successful. He's done well. He just likes the rougher water races. These flat water races really don't favor him as much, but it's just a little bit heavier. Allied continues to lead in Super Stock. Jackhammer in second. It looks like a little bit of rain off to the east there, Matt.
You're right.
But now you'll see a cruise ship come into your view on your screen right about now. Oh, a little off on my calculations there, but it's there. There it is. Kind of gives you an idea. Kind of gives you an idea of Allied compared to a cruise ship, right?
Kind of hard to miss.
Right, that was
point.
A straightaway. That was a straightaway running next to that boat. Allied should be on lap number 5 coming by. Jackhammer currently in second.
We haven't. I mean, Allied just checked out.
They're gone.
We haven't seen anybody check out on Jackhammer like that all year.
Nope, but these are the two These are the two boats that have won.
Yeah. No, that's right. That's right.
Jackhammer won in Sheboygan. Of course, Jackhammer up for sale. Not exiting the sport. Just not quite sure on their direction yet.
try to ferret it out of him tonight.
Well, he didn't win, so he might not want to celebrate that much, but he'll want to celebrate something.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to get up and race tomorrow, so we can probably ply him with an adult beverage.
Yep. Of course, all kinds of changes, not changes, but some movement in the Super Cat class with the accident with Clovar first, and then the Dirty Money accident. So the Dirty Money team actually bought the Clovar boat. We talked to Bobby Adams, their crew, earlier today, and they have got the new canopy on the boat. So that used to be a 4-person boat. They took the canopy off. Now they're making it a 2-person boat, and they will debut that boat, I think, by Key West.
They're hoping for Key West. We did a fairly extensive story on that.
And Clovar is building a new boat for Super
correct.
Cat, and that should be out for the 2024 season. So got some movement in Super Cat. A cat class that really has some ebb and flow with popularity, but seems to be growing. It seems to be really strong now. I think their motor packages are good, and everybody's having fun going racing.
Yeah, I think in 2019, and maybe a little after 2019, people were seeing a dip in XCat, and then after the pandemic, not XCat, excuse me, Super Cat after the pandemic, but it's come back strong.
Come back. Allied is pulling away from Jackhammer in Super Stock. As the races wind down, they should be starting lap number 6 of 9. This is where these boats get lighter and a little bit flightier, if you would, as they start to run out of fuel. You've got to run a more conservative setup. There are Rusty Williams and Myrick Coyle, Performance Boat Center fast diesel fuel systems. Of course, a busy couple of weeks for these boys, too.
Oh, yes.
Of course, Performance Boat Center was the presenting sponsor of the shootout.
Straight from the shootout, all the way to St. Petersburg, Florida, from Osage Beach, Missouri.
They ran Slug Hefner's Dirty Duck Skater.
And they went fast.
191.
Something like that. I'm sure that my my associate Jason Johnson will have that in my ear in just a second, exactly how fast they ran.
I bet you it was 191. I think it was 191.
You could be right.
That's pretty impressive. You know, I mean, they've run lots of boats together, and they've raced a while for together.
Do you want to lose another bet?
How fast?
194.
Oh, mother.
Thank you, Jason.
Mother of pearl. Jason, I thought we were friends, bro.
Well, you are, but you're not business
I know,
partners.
right? Then I would have lied on the air, making it seem like speed on the water line. That would have been good. There goes Big East as Ally continues to lead and seems to be stretching the lead away from Jackhammer. Good shot at the downtown St. Pete area and the St. Pete Pier. That's where the pits are. Got the jet ski pits over there as well at Spa Park. That's where the Monster Energy pit party will take place later tonight. Got an FMX demonstration happening. Bring some memories back for Travis maybe later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Ally continues to lead.
I can't say I grew up idolizing him because I'm older than he is, but I grew up admiring him.
Yep.
Like, wow.
Yep. He will run in Class 1. As Ally continues to lead. Of course, Travis Pastrana will be in Husky Ice Spritz tomorrow with Steve Curtis. Don't forget to check out the In the Lead video with Steve Curtis, one of my most favorite ones. And as I mentioned earlier, I still would like to do that. I would still like to take a survey between Billy Moore, Johnny Tomlinson, Steve Curtis, and figured out who has throttled more physical boats. Because one thing you learn, and I talked to Steve about this morning, the one thing you learn about Steve Curtis is his tenure with teams was long.
Yeah, I think it was 7 years with Spirit of Norway.
9
years.
9 years with Spirit of Norway.
That's a long time.
Oh, Billy, Alan Lawn Care Landscaping is down on the inside of they're down on the course. We don't know if they're the inside or the outside at this point. Not sure what's happening there.
And Torrente
I think we have a red flag. A red flag. We do. We have a red flag. Okay, so we're under. Oh, we have a boat over. Steel Industries is over. As Big East and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, we're heading over to them. We do have medics en route to the scene, so we are in a red flag situation. Anytime a boat goes over and divers are deployed, we go under red flag, so all of the boats will fall down off a plane. That's why we saw Allen Lawn Care Landscaping slowing.
He was there first.
Yep, because of the red flag situation. Did not get to see what happened to Steel Industries. I'm trying to even see where they're over. It's got to be way far out, eastern part of the course. as all the boats will slow. Now we'll have to see. Now we'll have to see if we restart the race or we finish it as it is. And there is the red flag on our start-finish boat. Medic is en route to Steel Industries as they are over. I mean, see the Medic boat. I mean, they're running straight away from us. I think it's outside. So it's kind of like what I talked about might have happened in this corner earlier. If it happened in that turn, he could have skipped around that turn and caught the side and high-sided over. As Jackhammer gets up on a plane, maybe going out to make sure everything is okay. I'm going to go on off air, Matt. If you take us through this, we'll see if we're going to plan on restarting the Super Stock race or if we're going to finish it as it sits.
One of the challenging aspects of calling this race where we are, this course runs away from us. A lot of courses they're right out and laid out. It's sort of parallel to you. So this one runs away and it runs out quite a ways into Tampa Bay. But we're hoping we're going to restart. Everybody is okay. We're going to get back to you as soon as we know something. We're not going to speculate. It's not what we do.
All right, I just talked to Race Control Chief Referee Mark Austin. We are not going to restart the Super Stock race. We are going to call the race with about 2 laps remaining. So that will make Allied the official winner. Jackhammer in second, Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in third, as we do have Steel Industries over on the course, and we're waiting to get an update on them. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll come back and give you an update on Steel.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
All right, welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Steel Industries did go over during our Super Stock race. We are getting word that driver and throttlemen are out and safe, so that's all that matters at this point. But that did put an end to our Super Stock race and racing for today here in Clearwater. Pretty exciting stuff as that wind started to pick up, but we're glad everybody's okay with Steel. Allied, your unofficial winner in Super Stock. Jackhammer in second, and Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems getting on the podium in third.
It's a great race. It's a shame that it ended that way, and it got a late start. But
yep. Go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite team. Keep up with your schedule. Buy some swag. Get your VIP tickets for our next event of offshore powerboat racing. P1 sponsors Monster Energy, Visit St. Pete, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers. I am Mike Iwaski for Matt Trulio. Racing kicks off tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. in the morning. We look forward to bringing you live coverage of Day 2 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. For Matt Trulio, I am Mike Iwaski. We'll see you tomorrow.